fuck. I did the whole intro to no one. Oh no! Son of a bitch!
I was like, it's not loading.
No!
You know? It's just not loading. Are we live yet?
I did the whole intro to no one.
That means I get to do the intro this time.
Okay, fine, sure. You know what? I fucking flubbed it. By all means, go ahead. Amazing.
Hello,
and in front of Arch and
chat.
everything. It's crazy.
Hello, chat. Welcome to the Offensive Charm Podcast, where Jazz starts the intros without starting the stream. I am your host, Rosa Kodal, or technically your co-host, and I am the offensive of the Offensive Charm. Over on the left, you'll see Jazz, the charm of the podcast, who's also the big fuck-up of tonight's start. And then the special guest of today's stream, did I say Archcast? Is Arch of the Archcast.
Hello.
I know.
It is indeed
Actually
I
live.
doing the intro for the second part.
No, it was the first time. Shut up. It's totally no. The first one didn't happen. Didn't happen. No one has any proof. It wasn't on stream, so there is no video evidence. It didn't happen.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. By the way, we are late.
A little.
See your messages. We wouldn't have been, but we are. Such is life.
Praise the bridge god. The fucking.
That is me.
That's
titles
Arch.
do you have?
He's got many.
Like the devil himself. But hey, again, like I'll say it one more time for posterity's sake, and so everybody knows
Father,
I said it.
The Arch Christ, and the Holy Bridge.
The Holy Bridge.
As opposed to the Little Red Bridge, right?
Eight men.
The Little Red Bridge is an apostate of my church.
See. Incredible. Anyway, yes, but for posterity's sake, glad to have you here, Arch. Thank you for dropping by and being a part of the stream today. Appreciate you being here.
Looking forward to it.
Yes. We have plenty to talk about. A lot's been going on. But in typical Offensive Charm fashion, what we will start with is, as always, the weeks. Which is to say, our weeks, our most personal weeks. You know, things we've been doing, watching, playing, reading, all that good shit. And, I mean, we'll just get right into it, if you guys are ready.
You wanna go first? You left or right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if no one minds me going first, I don't have a whole lot to talk about this time, so. Yeah.
Go on.
So I haven't really been oh, actually, you know what? Hang on. I did read something. I started fucking reading Solo Leveling, which has been recommended by a few members of the community who have also been reading it. And, I mean, it's pretty good so far. It's definitely got, like, fantastic art. Art's really good. Stories... I almost want to say it's kind of got that, like, isekai feel to it, even though it's not technically an isekai. But it's kind of doing that same thing a lot of isekais do, where it's like, the main character was like a weak bitch in the start, and then a thing happens that changes his life forever, and he becomes a Giga Chad with a giant cock and all that shit. You know, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
And, like, to its credit, it does do, like, a few, like, marginally different things with that. You know, the character's, like, more obviously morally dubious than most of those guys are in those scenarios. So there's a little more, like... Yeah, there's a little more ambiguity to it in general. He's definitely killed people already. I'm like, I think 40 chapters in? He's killed a few people. Like, bad people only. As of now. Who knows if he'll, I don't know, maybe accidentally kill a good person later. But, yeah, the story's interesting enough, and the art is very good, like I said. So yeah, I'm enjoying it so far.
I've seen the art like a few times, like scrolling through Twitter. I've seen the art of it as like, post stuff, and I'm like, this looks fucking rad.
Yeah,
and then I never read it.
So, and of course, it has the anime now, which I hear is also like really nicely animated. Though I haven't actually watched any of it yet. Might go ahead and hop on that once I am like caught up on the manhwa. It's not manga, it's a manhwa. It means it's Korean.
We do a watch along of it after we're done with the Acolyte.
Yeah, so in 4 weeks, we got it's an 8-episode season. Is it gonna be right? That's usually how Disney does this shit, right? Like 8 episodes to a season. I believe that's.
Have you watched any of the Acolyte art?
I know we just did the
yes.
video on it.
I'm watching it on and off. It is indeed 8 episodes.
Okay, yeah, that is the plan. All right, so yeah, typical Disney fare. And we'll talk about that in a minute, because me and Rosa have watched the fourth episode last night. Have you had a chance to check it out yet, Arch?
Not the fourth episode yet, no.
Okay, do you mind if we talk about it, or should we, like...
No, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you'd prefer to remain spoiler-free on the matter, but...
We'll get to that in a bit, then.
Yeah, but, yeah, so Solo
Acolyte
pretty...
spoilers. Can you spoil it? See, the word spoiler is to ruin something. I don't think there's a way to ruin the Acolyte for me.
You know what? Little sis, he makes a good point. He makes an extremely valid point. That is fair. And never watching that bullshit ever again. You cannot pay me to do so. You didn't like the Acolyte, Asta. You didn't enjoy watching it with us. Come on. I mean, here's the thing.
It's already rotten to the core.
I feel like it's almost the same thing as what happened when me and Rosa played the Saints Row reboot, whatever that was.
No, don't compare this. No, don't compare this. That was Velma.
Well, no. Listen. Where I'm going with this is that, like, both things are objectively terrible, right? But they're a little more fun when you, like, you know, experience them with a friend and just kind of take the piss out of it, instead of, you know, try to enjoy it as a normal human should enjoy media that is meant to be, you know, entertaining in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. But in that respect, it feels like a similar sort of circumstance.
Similar, but not quite there. So the thing with Saints Row is that I fucking loved that game. That was my favorite game of the year because I played it with you and it was so much fun.
Okay, right? But we both agreed that if you played it
was
solo,
my favorite show of the year because like we all watched it together in the Discord and just swallowed that garbage together, and you know, but it was funny, right? Like you could ironically enjoy that stuff. I don't know, man. Just the Acolyte isn't funny. It's just sad.
You know what? Do we just want to get right into it? We've kind of already
go on.
segue because I had a game to talk about too, but I'll do it after that. We'll do a sweet, bittersweet, right? Because solo leveling's pretty solid, enjoying that. Now for something I'm not very much enjoying, except for the riff tracks-esque shit we've been doing in the Discord surrounding the show, and that is the Acolyte. As episode 4 was dropped tomorrow, as they are doing every Tuesday, and
Dropped tomorrow?
No, sorry, yesterday. God damn it. Words.
I remember tomorrow.
Imagine trying to speak for a living, right? Anyway. But yeah, so Acolyte's episode yesterday, the 4th episode of the season, the halfway point. I think I would like to start by saying something nice about it. All right?
Go on.
And what I can say that is nice about it is that so far in the season, I would say that it is the least offensive of the episodes that we have seen up to this point.
Episode 4 was the vaguely most entertaining. If not only exclusively for the final scene.
Yeah, like literally the last minute of the episode.
Because everything else is just like exposition, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, them just people walking around and talking, essentially.
That was pretty much episode 3 as well, because Star Wars imagines itself to have written fucking Shakespeare, I guess, or the Iliad, requiring a 6-hour fucking introductory lesson.
It is, in terms of writing, we have no writing. It's not. I can't. It's a null point of the show at this point. Because you've seen a tons of movies and TV shows at this point. I'm sure both of you, and you have those instances of bad writing, right? But maybe really good actors who are carrying it with their acting, and you have maybe instances of really bad acting, but the writing is good. The story's solid, and it's fun to follow that. But I feel like it's, I guess not as rare these days, but somewhat rare, at least in my experience of all the media I've ever seen, where both the writing and acting are just equally terrible, and it just compounds both of them into being almost unbearable in most cases. You mentioned when what's her face, Osha was having a conversation with Yord, right? The fucking Killmonger haircut, right? Yord. And the topic changes 3 times in about 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, the topic literally changed, unironically, 3 times. She said something, he responded. She said something completely unrelated to the conversation. He responded. She said something completely unrelated to the conversation. And then they had that 3rd conversation for a few lines. And then they moved on. And also that one bit where he's like, I need your lightsaber. It's no. Not the lightsaber, sorry, the blaster. Like, yeah, you
blaster,
can't have
the
that.
stun
It's like,
blaster.
yeah, I can. No, you can't. You need to give it to me right now. Minor distraction from another character. Forget.
And he completely drops it for the rest of the. He no longer cares about her having the blaster for whatever the fuck. Like, here's the thing: the Jedi are so incredibly inept in this show at like every opportunity, pretty much, right? Like I
also love the constant like they had the constant like a Jedi never draws his saber unless he's ready to kill. Yoda draws his lightsaber every time there's any sort of even remote like chance of a conflict.
Yeah, he's a little saber happy.
He points that thing at everybody.
But I remember we harped especially on the fact that like when in episode 2 when they're interrogating the guy who like killed the apothecary and like took over his store and like is wearing his clothes and all that shit, like they don't arrest that guy. Like they kind of just like they essentially like question him once and then I'll pretty much forget he exists aside from what's the fan base calling him? Chungo Fat? The chubby Jedi. They're like who's like scoping it. They're just watching him, but letting him stay in the store. Even though like
letting him walk out of the store.
Yeah, again,
and have an entire conversation and casually walk away while in like literally in line of sight of the guy. And the guy like he got away!
He's gone.
He's gone!
I can't help but think of that one clip. You remember I showed you that one clip when I was playing Spider-Man 2 when I was doing one of the Mary Jane sections, where she's like running through her neighborhood, right, and like fighting the Craven lackeys, the goons, and like I just run up and tase one of them just right out in the open with like 3 or 4 more of them just all around, right? It goes red alert, like goes full on like Metal Gear type shit. And then I go and hide behind some like bags of cement because it's like a construction zone where like a house is being put together, like right in that same area. I just hide there for like 5 seconds, and all of a sudden, I just hear one of the goons say, "She's gone!" And I start losing my mind because it's like, oh god, it's it's
like children's level of fucking. God, what's the fucking term? Right? Like like children like. The reason why like peekaboo works is because they literally think you don't exist anymore when they can't see you.
Oh, what is that term? Shit.
Short-term memory?
Smart.
No. Object permanence. That's the one.
Object permanence.
Yeah, there's no fucking object. Oh man. So yeah, more of that from the Jedi this time around, consistently. Like the ongoing Jedi slander is never ending. Which there's a bit of that actually that I want to get to, like when we get to the end of this conversation, that I didn't like completely pick. I picked up on it a little bit when we were first watching the episode. But yeah, so the whole bit is that they're going to track down Kelnaka, right? Who's the Wookiee Jedi that we saw at the end of was that end of episode 3? After all the flashback shit, where he like grabbed the gun,
where he was out in the woods and like, hello,
that was
I'm a
too.
Wookiee.
Yeah, that's right. That was too. So yeah, now we're finally getting to him, and he's still in his little like crashed ship or whatever the fuck that is that he's hiding in, and they all go into the woods to look for him. And like I shit because the episode in total of actual like shit happening aside from credits is like about 30 minutes long. I'd say. I think we're at like the 29-minute mark when the credits rolled. 27 minutes.
The intro is
of that.
also like 5 minutes.
Oh,
so...
true. Okay.
It's like it's like a 22-minute show total, right?
Okay.
And
so let's say
nothing
like 20
happens to the very end.
Yeah, 20 minutes of that is them just bumble fucking around the woods, occasionally talking to each other about nothing particularly important, honestly.
And somehow all ending up at the same place at the same time, despite
a little more
literally on another fucking planet. In terms of like, dude, the timeline is so fucked literally all the time. Sometimes characters will be going to the same place the same time, right?
Yeah, because we touched on this in episode 2.
Yeah,
inside the Jedi Temple.
They'll arrive. Yeah, they'll just arrive at like a different time, right? So like there's that one portion, right, where like they're all going to go find the guy who's meditating, right?
Yeah, like Archie remember this bit, right?
Yeah, Osha takes a different fucking path, gets there first miraculously.
Even though they're being led
a good minute or 2 minutes.
Yeah,
a lot of this was introduced in Ahsoka, where like they're traveling to places that are across the galaxy, like millions of miles away, and they all arrive at the same time because, well, that's what the story requires.
Yeah. So, like, in that last episode, right, they were already on the planet where, like, the Wookiee Jedi is, right? The bad guys are already there, right? While the good guys are still on another planet where, like, at the, like, Jedi, wherever the fuck they are, right? I don't know the lore. And literally, the fucking, what's her name? The Osha's sister, fuck.
Generic black character B is how I refer to her.
May is her name.
Yeah. She arrives, right, at the Wookiee guy's, like, front door, right?
Yeah. And Arch, can you believe that by the time she finds the Wookiee, he's dead already? He's already dead.
Well, I can believe that, yes, because he's the only other white character, so I get it.
Wait, what? The Wookiee?
Yep, he's played by a white actor, which makes him the second white actor in the show.
Oh, they can sense it underneath all the fucking fur and shit. But I just like
his nose is white, therefore the rest must be.
I just find it hilarious because it feels like since her little revenge quest started, the kills have gotten easier and easier as she's gone, right? So we have 3 kills so far. First, there was Jedi Master Trinity, who died to a butter knife, essentially. Just tiny little, like, fucking fruit knife, takes her out. The second guy kills himself after being white guilted to death. And the last one's just dead before she even gets there. So it's like...
the thing is, they can't really... Trinity's almost certainly alive as well, just to fucking hammer this home, but...
You think?
I suspect because they can't have her be bad. Like, because this is Disney Wars. There can be no bad people.
Yeah.
She's manipulated into this somehow, and they'll find out, like, oh, hey, you with the red lightsaber, you're actually a bad person.
I'm really glad that you mentioned that, because in the last episode, May, her guide, the guy from the shop, the apothecary, the guy that made the poison, Cusco's poison, the poison to poison Cusco, she fucking traps him. She abuses his fucking his simpism to get him in a trap and then be like, all right, my loyalties is not to the bad guy, it's to May. Sorry, it's to Osha, my sister.
Which seems like a massive,
has like a complete change of heart and decides, like, fuck this guy, I'm gonna do this thing instead. And she goes over there
surrender
to
the Jedi.
She's like, I'm gonna surrender to the Jedi. She goes to where the Wookiee guy is because she plans to surrender to him, and then she finds him already dead. So, and this just out of nowhere. There's no point where it made sense that this was what was gonna happen. But she lets out a scream, right? And after she traps him, right, she says that she says like, oh, the Wookiee's place is 10 minutes that way, right? And so she goes, right? She arrives at the front gate to the Wookiee's house, right? And you assume 10 minutes, because that's what they said, right? At the same time that all the Jedi arrived to where they heard her scream, right? They presume she went off to go to the Wookiee, right? Because they all feel like a whatever, right? And so she starts running to the door as they start catching up to her. It took 10 minutes apparently. Again, this is 10 minutes of travel to get to the Wookiee's place. They arrive at the same time that she's going into the front door. Which is just like... rough.
Because time has no fucking meaning in Disney World anymore. Time and distance has no meaning.
All I could think of was the age-old Souls meme of time is convoluted in Lordran, right? It's like that stupid kind of shit where it's like people are getting summoned in and out of space and time for this to actually make any kind of sense. But you know, I just thought about something, because the thing with her like just randomly suddenly deciding that she's like, you know what, I'll just surrender to the Jedi because Osha means everything to me.
That was like a plan, right? Like maybe like a plan to like trick them, like get into like the Jedi place and like, I don't know, do something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not the case.
Okay, but here's the thing. That would... that would still be fucking stupid, because if that were just a plan, like a ploy, then why the fuck would she, like, because only her and Discount Ezra Miller were in the forest together. She had no idea anyone else was around. Why the fuck would she lie to him about that? Like why would she not just have him be in on it? I mean, clearly he's a bad actor, which, I mean, I don't know if that's, I don't know if he's a bad actor, like, in universe or just out of universe. But like, yeah, that just seems like it'd be, it seems like it would be not really conducive to her mission in any way, even if that was like suddenly her plan to just do that. Like, what I think is far more likely is just the fact that as a character, she seems to be kind of like bipolar and kind of like borderline sociopathic, like as we saw in the flashback episode, where like oh shit, you can't go, I'm saying you can't, and it's like, but I want to and you can't stop me. Oh yeah, I could fucking kill you by setting this whole temple on fire, how about that? Right?
Don't go,
like,
sister, I love you, now burn to death, bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So clearly she's got like some sort of like comorbidity shit going on. Like she's got some.
She's just a victim of unfathomably poor writing. Like, how am I gonna get the plot across that this sister doesn't want her sister to do this? I know, I'm gonna have her burn her to death in her room. Like, oh, right. Well, you get the point across. True.
It is. Yeah. It's something else. It's all tied up in knots. It's ridiculous. But so
Very
we
last
do.
thing. Let's talk about how the police reacted to a strange man walking up to a civilian girl right before the credits.
Yeah, didn't do shit until he actually pulled out his fucking lightsaber. They kind of just watched
and held it up to her face.
A big deer in the headlights moment for like all of the 7, 8 Jedi that were there at the time. And it was Sol Yord and like 6 other dudes.
They didn't even warn her. They just turn around and just like, oh. Who's that?
Yeah,
I think they said, "What's that?" It's like, motherfucker, it's a person. Are you blind?
Yeah, as our newest Darth Vader stand-in comes into play, because of course it's a Sith with a helmet, with a crazy helmet that does like weird stuff with their voice, with a voice modulator.
In I think Vanity Fair had a preview of the Acolyte where they literally said that, it's just like the old Star Wars movies. There's a dude with a helmet and a weird voice. Like, oh well, fuck, I'm sold.
Yeah, I think you brought this up in your video. I actually just watched it before we did the podcast.
It's so stupid. It's like, okay, what is Star Wars to you? Oh, you know, it's a dude. He's got a voice modulator. That's the character of Darth Vader now.
Which, like, how many times have we done this? Because we had Darth Vader, obviously, which exempt from this because he was the first. Then we have Kylo Ren, and we kind of just like they kind of like snubbed that themselves in the movie by like pointing out that he's just like a little like a fucking fanboy pretending, right? He's just like playing it being a Vader, but he's not. And then he has like a little bitchy hiss fit about it, like slashing up a wall and throwing his helmet around and all that. Like, you know,
I'm not you.
All that shit. Yeah. Now we got this motherfucker who's got like some weird like metal teeth shit on his helmet. I don't know. It looks like a.
Oh yeah, the zipper.
It looks like metal. Yeah, the zipper mouth fucking shit.
And the thing is, too, like, I want to point out, George Lucas didn't start this. Like, the Darth Maul, Palpatine, there's no rules saying that Sith need to wear dumb helmets. This is a pure Disney thing.
Oh, yeah, Darth Maul didn't wear a helmet. He just had a weird head, I guess. I don't know. He had, like, face paint. And he had, like, the head spikes. Yeah.
That sounds like a name of like a regular show villain. Actually, I think that is the name of a regular show villain.
Is it? I wouldn't.
Yeah, the guy that pops like wrestles or takes over. Like huge head. Huge head. That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, it's been too long for me. No, you're good. But yeah, so he shows up. He just like fucking force tosses Osha aside because she's a non-combatant, and then all the Jedi come at him, and he just dusts all of them instantly, and the episode ends, and that's it.
He does as opposed to killing her, by the way.
Yeah, like he does a single force push and overwhelms like 8 different Jedi all at once by himself, and then that's it.
Which yet again makes it a bit problematic how we didn't hear about this in the prequels. Like, oh, the Sith has been gone for thousands of years. Hey, yes, Master, except for that one guy who butchered like a dozen of us in like a second. Well, how about now? Shut up! He wasn't a Sith. He was something else.
Yeah. Speaking of,
he was a weird guy with a helmet, not a Sith.
Let's talk about that for a second.
He was indie.
I did want to touch on that, Arch. Thank you for reminding me. there was actually a little cameo in there that I did sort of catch, but I thought, like, no, that's probably not. That's just like a different alien with the same, like, you know, species, right? I can't be the exact same guy because this is supposed to be like hundreds of years before the prequels or something, isn't it? And no, apparently, like, somebody looked at the credits, and that is in fact Ki-Adi-Mundi from the fucking from the Jedi Council in the prequel movies. That's actually him. He appears in episode 4 in a smaller little council room where they're all having a discussion about what they should do about this whole situation, how they don't want to tell like the actual Jedi Council about it because I guess they're like middle managers or some shit. That makes it
worse because then he could literally have just mentioned this in the prequels, like, oh, the Sith have been gone forever. There's no way there could be a Sith, and he could have just raised his hand and gone like, actually. Hold on.
Exactly.
You remember Star Wars?
So yeah, apparently that actually was him in that scene, which somebody pointed out. Apparently his race is actually like, because my initial thought was, okay, so if that is him, then maybe it's like a thing where his species is incredibly long-lived, like Yoda or some shit. Apparently not. No, his the Syrians, or is it what they call them? The Serials. Apparently they have about a like average human lifespan. So he should not have been born for like at least 40 or 50 years at this point in time. Where he's at, because I believe somebody also mentioned it in the prequel movies. He's like 60 years old or something, somewhere around there. So yeah, he's I don't know. They kind of just like fucked up his whole like everything about him. Apparently,
it's it's like the Muslims. He just shares a name.
Yeah.
It's just a really common name.
He just wanted an old fucking Jedi, and so, you know.
Yeah, get a cameo in there somewhere. Not Yoda though. Can't get Yoda involved because Yoda would just probably squash this.
Because he would actually make sense. Because he could be that old.
Exactly, but he would also just squash this whole situation in like 5 minutes. If Yoda were here, he'd probably just fuck up this. Like the idiocy could not proceed as planned if Yoda were around, because we all know that Yoda's not an idiot. And Lord knows they're not gonna assassinate fucking.
She must.
Yeah, Lord knows they're not gonna fuck around with assassinating Yoda's character, because like that, like the rightists, the leftists, everybody's gonna be pissed off if they do that shit. So, I think they got at least some semblance of self-awareness on that particular topic. Perhaps. I would like to. I mean, who knows? We got 4 more episodes. Shit could go even more sideways at this point.
He shows up at the end only to get his ass beat. That would be hilarious.
I wouldn't put it past them at this point,
Red
Arch.
Saber, I don't.
I don't know. I just don't know what to think of where this is gonna go. But I do know that it's unbelievably, ridiculously stupid. Like, God.
The Force gave his clone a kid.
How do we not have better writers who work for like this multi-billion-dollar corporation who could put together a reasonably good, like, even keep all your fucking like politics in it, right? Like, keep doing your like girl boss, female empowerment shit. But like, there has to be at least one person among that crowd who actually knows how to write a good story. There has to be one somewhere, right?
Is it just me? Filling upward.
I guess. Yeah, is this just DEI at work? Is this just fucking what they call it for the college shit?
DEI the glorification of incompetence is what it is.
Yep, because DEI stands for didn't earn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wait, I keep forgetting. Hang on, because we went over this when Dev was here. It's not DEI anymore at Disney. It's JEDI. It's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, or for short, come on, you guys know it.
Jenny.
Come on. Yeah, sure. Actually, yeah, no, pronounce it like that. That's perfect. So yeah, that's how the Acolyte's doing, and it's just gonna keep limping along until we get to the end, I guess. I very much doubt season 2 though, because I also saw there was an article, wasn't it, where it's saying like it's doing the worst of like any Disney Star Wars show so far. Like it's bringing the worst numbers of all of them.
Surprised I am not.
Like, I
imagine
imagine
is the
a lot
lowest
of people
rated Star Wars show by quite some margin. 14%, I think now.
Yeesh.
Okay, so I gotta ask you this, Arch.
But here's the thing, Arch. Here's the thing. All right, it's only 14% because the Star Wars fans aren't real Star Wars fans. You know?
Ah, yes, they're all racist, misogynist, bigot, homophobe. trans
Of
folks.
course.
They aren't.
Yeah.
People that are fans of something are only fan of the IP name, not what the actual substance of that thing. Didn't you know that? Everyone knows this.
Personally, I would be, as Disney, I would be worried if my fandom consists of 14% of the population alone, though. Seems like a thin basis to build something on.
Yeah. Couldn't put it any better than that, for sure. Though I'm curious, Arch. While you were watching Ahsoka, suffering through Ahsoka, perhaps more accurately, did you at any point think in your head, while perhaps holding a monkey's paw, it couldn't possibly get any worse than this, though, right? Like, there's no way they could go further down from here. Was that a thought you ever had?
I don't think that anymore. I know that the bottom is always somewhere out of reach.
The unending Sarlacc pit of Disney Star Wars.
Oh yeah, the Sarlacc pit is a brilliant comparison, because the Sarlacc keeps you alive forever whilst feeding off you. It's what Disney is trying to do. The only problem is that their victims are deleting themselves out of the fandom.
You know what? That's true.
You know what? I don't want to be your food.
That's true in more ways than one.
You know what, Rosa? Let's put that in as one of the possible podcast titles: the Disney Sarlacc pit. There we go. Perfect.
Hold on, let me write it
Pristine.
down. Let me get. Oh wait.
You got to get a pen and paper this time.
No, I'm not gonna grab my phone because otherwise I'm gonna get distracted. I'm gonna write it down into our here. How do you spell Sarlacc?
Sarlac,
Like that?
I think. Yeah. Hang
Did I
on.
get it? Did I get it? Did I do it? Did I spell good?
Yeah, I think it's just a C without an H, but I'm not actually 100% sure on. It's close enough. It's fine. It's fine.
No, I
Ahsoka
don't
the
even know.
Gyaru? I don't know that word. But, okay, fine. I'm on the Star Wars wiki right now. Just
Yeah, try the
know.
Wikipedia.
You're
That way you'll
already
also
there.
figure out its gender, if it has one.
True.
man, yeah. I know. Oh, it's 2 C's. Okay. Yeah, Sarlacc is it's 2 C's and not CH.
God damn it! I was almost the world's most literate Cuban.
Yeah, but yeah, I had forgotten initially that it's like, oh yeah, Wikipedia's kind of been taken over by this shit, because I went to look up Kiadi Mundi, and one of the first things I saw under his name is his fucking pronouns, and I'm like, oh yeah. And then I'm looking at it right now on you guys can see it on my share screen. They got the fucking all the pride colors, on the little Death Star over here, which. It's like who keeps making these decisions, right? Who's putting the fucking pride colors on the COD bullets? Who's putting all the pride colors on the fucking Death Star? Like, who's doing this? Because they have an amazing sense of humor. I have to imagine that we actually have like some sort of like Splinter Cell-esque double agent inside there who's just suggesting these things and making them sound good enough for them to actually go with it.
It's the fucking people that made Barbie. They're just snuck in there into Hollywood.
Maybe.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of the social media. Yeah, I'll manage the Wikipedia. I got you.
Oh,
I'll make
man.
it nice and gay. Oh, I'll make it gay, all right.
Everything is gay now, Rosa. You don't get to not be gay anymore. We're rapidly approaching that fucking the Family Guy.
Being gay is not even cool anymore. I'm gonna start becoming straight.
We're rapidly approaching that one Family Guy meme of Peter in the electric chair with the flavor text, me in 2032 about to be executed for being straight.
Yeah.
Last straight man has finally been hounded to the ground, about to be executed.
Do you think that, like, do you think if we let it happen that they would do like conversion camps where they try to turn you gay?
Oh fuck yes. I mean, what is modern society besides one enormous conversion camp at this point? It's like we have pride parades. If you do skid marks on the pride flag on the crosswalk, they make it into a federal offense.
A decade imprisoned. How dare you disrespect the flag of your nation? That's not the flag of my nation. It is now. You didn't realize, but the American flag was always doomed to fall.
But they're already doing it in the classrooms, like swear allegiance to the flag. There's the pride flag and the trans flag.
Wait a minute. We've been fucking making fun of England for the longest time. But we're also getting, like, secretly colonized, aren't we?
Oh, hell yes. Like, England is a couple steps beyond that, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you guys actually had somebody, like misgendered someone and get sent to jail, right? Like, somebody misgendered a female cop or something like that? What was
Who
that
are
story?
you guys?
Oh, right, you're Norwegian. Fuck, I am sorry. We were talking about this, like, oh, man. Like, she was telling me Arch is gonna get mad if you think he's English. And I'm like, oh, he's not?
That was another
no,
I said you should because it'd be funny.
I remember this was one of the first things Sargon asked me when we met. Like, hey, would you be offended if I said your English is good? I was like, no.
I apologize for misnationalizing you. I didn't mean to be quite so ignorant and bigoted. But
Go on.
Anyway, okay. So I think that's all it needs to be said about Star Wars, at least until next week.
I had a joke, but I thought it was something to do with colonizers, Muslims, and trans people. I can't remember what it was.
You'll think of it later, I'm sure. So
oh
aside
yeah,
from...
I got it. So this is why the queers are for Palestine. That's what I was gonna say. All the colonizers working together. So cute.
Yeah. I mean, Hamas is setting up that cool, really high rooftop hotel party for them. So, yeah, it's gonna be a great time. All right. So aside from those, I haven't really been playing a whole lot new. I mean, I'm getting really deep back into Monster Hunter World because Monster Hunter is just kind of my thing, and that game's still great. But no, not a whole lot to say about it aside from that. It's a good game, I'm getting a lot more people coming in on those streams, I swear, man. I really do need to just start leaning more into Monster Hunter in general on my channel.
I told you.
That gets the viewers.
Works.
Yeah.
I've been doing more Dark Souls, and that's been helping as well.
Yeah, fucking works. Aside from that, though, I also have been checking out and having a good bit of fun with one Metal Slug Attack Reloaded, I believe is what the game is called. Which is a game that was I was playing a shit ton of it. Which is a game that was announced yesterday for the Switch during the Direct that was also yesterday. And it is one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, and you can play this game later today, which I must go ahead and just say for posterity's sake, always fucking love it when Nintendo does that. I love that shit. Whenever they do a Direct and it's like, and this fucking sick looking game, you can download this right now. It's like, yes, thank you, perfect, love that. The same day drop is a fucking power move every time. What's it called? What's that game called? Damn it, what's the name of the game? The studio that got shot down by Xbox the other day.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush, yes. Like Hi-Fi Rush comes to mind and how it like just nuked the
Cotton
shit.
dropped and fucking
annihilated Forspoken. It was Forspoken,
Was it
I'm pretty
Forspoken?
sure. I think it was. I think it was the one at the same time, yeah. I'm fairly certain it was Forspoken. Yeah. Now, of course, Arch, I realize you don't appreciate the brilliance of Hi-Fi Rush, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Hi-Fi Rush was one of the gayer NTR games I played in my time.
Wait, it's an NTR game?
Wait, what?
Absolutely.
Is it?
Oh yeah, the main character he makes googly eyes at the female characters, and that the end game screen, the female characters started making googly eyes at each other instead of him.
Well, I guess. I mean, throughout the game, I didn't really pick up any sort of like romantic interest in general from Chai. He just kind of seemed very what's
retarded,
the word?
ballless, uninteresting, generic.
Specifically shoujo protagonist or shonen protagonist, right? Like
I agree with the shoujo protagonist one.
No, like on that Goku type shit where it's like he's just here to like fight and play music and do whatever else, right? Like he's not terribly interested in romance and and all that sort of thing. Which, I mean,
He's like
that's what I got from
to
it.
Loveroo. About 55 ladies are throwing them at themselves at him, and he's just like oblivious.
Fair enough. But yeah, anyway, all that aside. So yeah, Metal Slug Attack Reloaded. It's a cool little game. I'm digging it quite a bit. It's again the Metal Slug series like side thing. It's not like a mainline game, but it uses all of the like the sprites and all the art from that series. And it's like a little $10 tower defense sort of thing. And it's a bit of a mixed bag, I would say. So like to start with, what I really love about it is again the fact that it just uses all the sprite work from the Metal Slug games, which, like, if you're familiar with SNK, you know that they're like the ascended scion of fucking sprite art in general. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
What? Wait, where did it come from?
I don't know. That's the thing is, I don't know. Every time I looked over at your screen, there was a hot woman. That's what I was thinking about.
Well, that too. Yes, I'll get to that. That's also one of the pluses, right? But yeah, just the fact they have like such incredible sprite work, and pretty much every sprite from the entire series is in the game, right? Like, because you have like units you control, because it's a tower defense, right? There's always different units that you get, and there's about, I think, somewhere upwards of 300 of them in the game. So that's like every single one from all the previous games, like 1 through 3, or is there 4? I think it was like maybe 4. As well as like a bunch of original characters they came up with just for this game, and some crossover characters from King of Fighters, which is another SNK thing. So I believe it's Leona and Carl and Ralph and Hydern are all in there, because they're all like military coded fighting game characters. Like that, their background is military and all that shit. So they got in there too. The other part is like I love all the animation work in there. It's great. Again, like the sprites are fucking immaculate. They are fantastic. And in terms of artwork, the actual art is also really, really fucking nice. And it's clearly not been infiltrated by like the modern day politicking bullshit, because there are a lot of cute girls in there, and a lot of them are like half dressed. Like a lot of them are just running around in bikinis, and you know what?
It's beautiful.
Fucking awesome. It's great. It's really good stuff. Now, as far as the downsides, I would say is the fact they kind of introduced a pseudo gacha system to it, where it's like an in-game. It's not like you have to pay for polls or any of that shit, but it's like an in-game gacha where you earn the currency to do the polls, and then you do the polls. And it's just like, because there's so many fucking units, you have to do like a shit zillion polls to actually get all the ones you want. And there's like ridiculously weird spikes in difficulty between like the different like stage sections, to the point where you kind of end up hitting walls and have to just sit there and grind for a bit, doing one of the previous stages over and over and over again, just so you can actually get to the next part of the game. So that's not terribly fun either, and that's yeah. But overall, I mean, I am enjoying it. It's pretty good. And I'll probably it's like one of those nice little, you know, riding on a bus or a plane sort of like time waster kind of things. It reminds me of the of the old Newground days. If you either of you like fucked around on Newground back in the day with like those kind of tower defense games and like those little flash games that they put on there.
I almost exclusively played like stick fighter games.
I'm disconnected.
I'm sorry?
Huh?
Arch?
Oh, he's like lagging. Hello? Cutting out?
Uh-oh. Do we lose
He
him?
said something about disconnected.
Which you did.
Oh, you okay, Arch?
Oh? Can you hear us?
Oh, shit. Oh.
He said something
he's back.
disconnected. Yeah, I think he's
There we go. Yes. No, I
There you
open
go.
my editing software, and sometimes when I do that, it cancels out Discord. I don't know. There should be no connection between my fucking video editing software and Discord. And yet.
Hey, man. Technology. Who could claim to understand it completely?
Dude, I fucking hate technology, dude. It's so annoying. I have so many issues all the time for reasons beyond my comprehension. I was working on fucking, like, modding Elden Ring. It was last week or the week before. I was working on modding fucking Elden Ring. And I was trying to fix a fucking problem, and, like, putting in numbers that would logically fix the problem didn't fix it. And then I put in, like, I just brought up the numbers all up by 1, right? But not like 1 from 0, like just 1 from 1. So instead of being like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it was like 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it was such a minimal change, and it completely changed everything. and it fixed a completely unrelated issue to what I was changing. And I was like, well, what? Why? Why did this? I mean, it fixed the problem. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know why it works, but I'm not gonna touch it. I guess. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'll never understand. I'll never understand.
Yeah.
Computers and Old Testament gods have two things in common. They're both utterly unknowable and utterly merciless.
Yeah. True.
Couldn't agree more.
I think my food's here. So I'm gonna go outside real quick and grab it.
Okay. Well, as far as my week goes, I mean, there's not much else to say there. I mean, we had another D&D session, and Rosa got in her every other week torture of myself and the others, so that was fun. God damn it. I love Rosa as a DM, I really do, but sometimes she can go a little overboard. Like putting me in a 1v1 again with an NPC enemy that was damn near unkillable. That fight lasted like 3 hours, I think.
Good God.
Yeah, she's like, I don't know how you typically, well, actually, no, yeah, I don't really know how you typically run your campaigns. I've checked in on like some of your guys' previous recordings of the campaign you're doing with Dev and V. Is V still in that campaign with you guys or no?
Not anymore, after the actions of the Little Red Bridge.
Wait, what did he kill him? Did he kill his character or something?
No, but he killed the campaign, more or less, I think.
Oh, I see. That's rough, buddy.
A normal one.
Wow, I'm back.
Oh, we were talking about D&D, and apparently Dev has nuked Arch's campaign they were doing.
I was talking to Dev about that.
He's nuked Sargon's campaign. He's gonna.
Oh, Sargon's. Yeah, sorry. Sargon was the DM. My bad. I forgot.
Dev was like telling me about that. He was like, man, always drama. I'm just like, what happened? Apparently, what's the other guy's name? V had like a
of all people going drama like Dev. You know you are the nucleus of all drama, Dev. He exists at the center of it.
I haven't heard any perspective on this other than Dev. So would you like to enlighten me on what happened?
Oh, V and Rags couldn't get along, and that was turned into a whole thing. It's unfortunate, but such is life.
Well, if you ever feel like you want to try again, I'm always down for some more D&D.
Is that it?
Like maybe like one more D&D. Like because this campaign we've been doing is going for like 2 years now. So, which is funny because this is also my first time ever playing D&D. This campaign that Rose has been doing. So I didn't know that they ran quite this long.
Yeah, I've been doing a campaign now for well, like a year and a half. We started in October 2022.
Mm-hmm.
We're on session like 60 almost. And yeah, like we've just been going for a while.
For a very long
But
time.
I'm also like very like no tolerance to people like arguing and shit. It's just like no, we're not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've had our like mini spats in the past, but I'd say, you know, since moving past those, it's been pretty smooth sailing in general. So. Yeah, and I can vouch for my my stick-to-itiveness. I'm like probably the longest running player in this campaign because I was there since pretty much damn near the beginning. And again, it's been like 2 years. So
yeah, the way that I run things
for the long haul at this point.
Yeah, the way that I run things, Arch, to avoid like scheduling stuff, is I say this is the days that I'm doing it. You're available, right? On these days, show up. If you're not, no big deals. Your character's just gonna be off fumbling about being a retard.
Like comatose in the back holding.
Yeah. And so that's kind of the way I've ran it. And so some people obviously become unavailable, or they're no longer available to like join the campaign or whatever. That's fine. They just leave, right? And I just find new people that are interested and just refill the roster. So we've had a pretty much complete, I think, complete change in cast. Like none of the cast from episode 1 is there anymore. They all kind of slowly bounced out, and new people come in, some new people leave. You were there episode 2.
Oh yeah, but I'm still pretty much a part of the initial cast. Come on.
But not episode 1.
Ah, fuck off.
don't know. It just works. We've kept going. Some people stick around for longer than others. We've had pretty consistently the same group for a while now. Like the Jay's been consistent since he started. Pasta's been consistent since he started.
Yeah, Peto as well.
Yeah, Peto's been consistent since she started. Like we might have finally lost Griff.
Yeah, I think so. I keep telling him that we're doing the sessions, and then he never like replies until like 2 or 3 days later. I'm like, yeah. So that kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
But you know, but yeah, like we just and as people drop out, we just bring new people in and continue the story.
Yeah, and also to be fair, like this campaign has been extended well beyond where it was kind of supposed to end, because we've been doing
playing Curse of Strahd, and then I did like a post campaign for fun.
Yeah, so now we're just dicking around in all the Dread Plains at this point. So yeah, that's how that's been going. But it's been a great time, honestly. Like I never had like a particular interest in D&D, because like most people, I kind of just thought it was like, oh, it's this basement dwelling neckbeard bullshit, right? And then and then Rosa kind of twisted my arm to get involved. I'm like, fuck it, all right, I'll try it for like a session or two and see where we're at. And like by the time I got to the end of that second session I was actually involved in, I was pretty deep in there. I was having a pretty good time with it. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I used to be like really into text-based RP. Like I know you've you've been like somewhat delving into like the MLP stuff, right? Was it like you do like lore videos on it or some shit?
I do one MLP video a year as a joke.
Well,
wait, what? You're not a brony for real? I don't believe you.
But every year I get dragged a little bit deeper into the world of that shit. And, on the one hand, at least...
You're not the boss of the right? Huh?
With all of the entertainment today, I can look at MLP and go like, I can appreciate this for what it is. Yeah.
It is a weirdly good show for, like, at least the previous one, the Gen 5, I think it was, which is the one where like, everybody started jumping on.
It's a great time.
It's just a solid show. Yeah, there's nothing particularly wrong with it.
It's pretty good.
How much money are we away from you having your like secret brony history combo?
Oh yeah, that's right. So I'm like, you say you're kind of getting sucked in. I've like gradually been crawling my way out, and at this point I'm pretty much like past it. But I used to be in there. Like when I first started like really using the internet, one of the first communities I got involved with was a MLP RP community. So I used to do a lot of like text-based RP.
MLP RP. Yeah, that's fairly deep.
Yeah. I honestly kind of bumblefucked my way into it, right? Like I just kind of tripped into a community that was doing that, and I saw them doing it. I was like, that looks kind of interesting. Maybe I'll like try it out a little bit and see what I can do. Because I've always kind of like enjoyed writing, like creative writing. Like whenever they had us do it in like middle school, high school, college, or whatever. Like whenever we're allowed to just write whatever the hell we want with no prompt, I was like write little stories of some kind or another, fantasy type things. So I've always like kind of been into that sort of thing anyway. And I've just kind of leaned into the RP stuff, which then leaned into D&D, it turns out. Because I mostly lean into the RP aspect of doing D&D, unless the actual like character building and min-maxing and all that shit, right? Because I can't be asked. I can't be fucking bothered to keep track of all the spells and abilities and this and that and the other. Like, I can't fucking do it. But I can play a character. I can fucking do that. Hey.
Now, I'm gonna have to test how deep in you are, because I know a word that'll test how deep into MLP you are. That was taught to me by my pet Mexican boog.
I can almost guess what it is, but go ahead.
Clopican.
Okay, no, I have no idea what the fuck that is. What
okay,
is? Wait, say, what was it one more time? Was it?
Clopican.
Flop-pecan? No,
Flop.
I never. What the?
C.
Cop-pecan. Wait, Cop-pecan?
Clopican.
Okay, hang on. Can you like spell it out for me?
Yeah, clop, as in the word clop, and then pecan.
Clop-pecan.
Yep.
Clop-pecan.
Oh, is this like 2 words you're saying, or is this all 1 word?
Is this feet stuff? Is this MLP feet stuff?
I don't think so.
Because I will say, if you're saying if the word clop is involved, yes, I do know what that is. But I don't know what the fuck word you're talking about. Like, that sounds like something beyond what I'm aware of. But yes, I'm aware what clop is in that context, unfortunately.
I got into an argument with my chat over this. I was playing Helldivers. So I was like, okay, This was during the MLP joke video, where I was like, listen, I can't believe it's that popular because it doesn't have good porn. And then people was like, okay, hold on there. Let me show you my collection of MLP pornography. It's like, oh, all right, okay, fine. Here we are. Here we go.
I mean, as popular as it got, and as the certain rule of the internet will always persist, I mean, one could assume that things were gonna go in a certain direction.
I still need to be enlightened. I'm the non-knower here.
Check chat. Chat's got you covered.
Huh? Where?
Fucking hell. Porn, Rosa. It's porn.
Is it just
porn.
porn just in general? Is nothing specific?
Well, like porn.
Well, it involves
series.
horses because you know.
I mean,
horses.
Yeah. But yeah, just
at least they're animated horses, which I hold as superior to non-animated horses, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a marginal difference, but I suppose one worth pointing out to some extent.
If forced to choose, I'll pick the fantasy horse. Yeah.
Oh man.
You know, oddly enough, I don't think I've ever seen MLP porn, but I have seen an actual woman get railed by a horse.
You and the boys ain't been out claw peeking, no?
No.
Well, you're from south of the border. They have got donkey shows down there, don't they?
I'm not from south of the border.
No, but you should hear about Rosa's uncle or grandpa? Who was it? Which one of them was the goat fucker?
Oh, my grandpa.
There's your grandpa?
He fucked the horse.
Oh, you fucked the horse too? Okay. Perfect. Got it. Perfect.
He fucked the neighbor's horse and almost lost the ball.
How did you lose a ball?
Huh?
How does the one follow the other?
So the context is he snuck into the neighbor's yard. He told me this story on the way to school when I was like a teenager. He used to just tell me stories of his youth. But the long story short is that he snuck into the neighbor's yard in the middle of the night, into like his barn, right? The horse is too tall, so he got like a step ladder so he could fuck the horse, right? He started plapping the horse, claw peeking, if you will. And then his neighbor caught him, which scared him, and then in turn startled the horse, which then kicked back, launching the stairs that he was standing up into his crotch. The whole startling or whatever gave him an opportunity to just basically limp away, and he managed to get away from the neighbor, undiscovered. But that's the story.
Yeah, that's one of the.
He almost lost the ball
podcasts.
to a flying staircase.
Holy
due to a
shit!
horse kick.
Well, I mean,
enough.
Oh no, step ladder. Sorry.
I can't imagine there are many men who would brave the possibility of receiving a horse kick with their pants down at the same time. So I kind of, to some extent, on some level, I think I have to respect that of your grandfather, just a little bit. There might be something similar to respect due
Cuban
there.
Chad.
I mean, it's just a human thing, right? Like if it's a hole, then somebody is gonna want to stick their dick in it eventually.
So he was like a teenager. I remember he was like, oh, like when I was your age, I was fucking horses, and I'm just like, huh? I'm sorry.
That's how he started the story.
But
Something like that.
Why?
Yeah, he's told me. So as far as the things I know that he's fucked, he has fucked horses, he's fucked pigs, he's fucked sheep, he's fucked chickens, and he's fucked palm trees.
What?
Dendrophiliac.
Apparently, if you carve a hole in a palm tree, the inside's like kind of like smooth, like soft, and then when the palm tree sways in the wind, it feels pretty good.
That's information I didn't have when I started this day, so that's good.
Learn something new, right? The more you know. Do a little fucking rainbow star across the screen. I might have to like install like a little GIF that's just the more you know star. Like I could play across the screen for moments like this because I feel like we have a lot of them.
And hey, that is valuable information if I get ever stuck on a deserted island, I guess.
Yeah. Either the coconut or the tree it fell from, one or the other. Your dick's got to go somewhere.
I think you risk more disease with coconut than you do with tree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't exactly know, to be honest. Fucking hell. All right. So anyway, I think that's pretty much all I got for my week. Arts, what you been up to, man? What you got?
Oh, just the usual. Playing Kenshi now, getting through that again. That's a wonderful little game, if mildly retarded.
Which one was that again?
I remember when I was in high school, a friend tried to get me into Kenshi.
Like, what kind of game is it?
Kenshi's a lovely game. It's a sandbox survival simulator style game.
Oh, okay.
That tends to abuse its players quite a bit.
Gotcha. I've only played like a few sandbox
I got
sims.
filtered out by the visuals. I just couldn't get into it.
Because we did
The
Conan
visuals can be
Exiles a while
challenging.
back. Because I mean, with a name like Kenshi, is it like a sort of like feudal Japan kind of thing, or?
No, it's the apocalypse
China,
after the
right?
apocalypse after the apocalypse.
Oh,
And
several
all we've got
apocalypses
left
deep.
are the swords that were used by weebs in varying qualities.
Of course. Okay, so wait, so it is kind of Japanese then.
Yeah, the descendants of the weebs have rebuilt civilization, mostly failing.
Okay. So you say it's rough on the players, like in what way? Like you just constantly getting fucking invaded by like other survivors, or?
Oh yeah, you start out alone and naked, and you are surrounded by hordes of things like hungry bandits, which are just 30 dudes that'll beat you down with sticks and steal your food.
Oh, I thought for a second they were saying they could like eat you.
Oh no, that's the cannibals. The hungry bandits haven't fallen that far just yet.
Oh, but there are cannibals though. We have ticked our cannibal box on the apocalypse.
And the cannibals are only the second most unpleasant way to die. The worst are being captured by the rogue skeletons, who will put you in a flaying machine so they can wear your skin.
The rogue skeleton. So there's magic then also involved?
No, the skeletons are robots, but their programming has gone a little bit haywire over the last 5,000 years.
Oh. So wait. Are they like robots that like all the other shit fell off, so there's nothing left but the skeleton? Or were they like literally designed to look like skeletons for some reason?
They just look like skeletons now. And the crazy robots have decided to start looking like humans.
This lore is awesome.
Yeah, this sounds pretty cool, honestly. I have to check it out sometimes. Is this like on Steam or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got filtered out as a teenager, but maybe I'll enjoy it as an adult.
You
It's
say
like
it's
10 years since I tried that game.
It's Kenshi with an SH or Kenchi with a CH?
Kenshi, SH.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, yeah, I might look into that. I could always go for one of those. I keep meaning to get back to Pal World. I got that big update coming. One of these days. So yeah, all right, Kenshi. Anything else? Any other interesting archisms?
Only suffering through the television shows that are beginning to air again.
Oh yeah, because what's it called? I know people. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about The Boys, right? Season 4 been going on, and you've been watching that
just
too.
started
Or?
with season 4.
Right, because I have not watched any of The Boys at all. I mean, I'm aware of it. Obviously, everybody knows like Homelander and all that shit.
What's it on?
It's on Prime Video, isn't it? Like Amazon Prime Video, isn't it? Pretty sure.
It's on my local internet torrent site, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that works. Hey man, we sail in the
Real?
seas if we don't want to pay the
Base.
subscriptions, which is fair, especially in Amazon's case because they started doing the bullshit where they're like just putting commercials back in the shows unless you pay
What the
like
fuck's the point?
unless you pay an additional like $4 a month or some stupid shit. Yeah, we're just going back to cable at this point
What the
essentially.
fuck, dude?
Yeah,
What, like the
yeah.
price of like all of the different like streaming shows has been just going up like crazy. Like I feel like every other month I get an email from fucking Spotify like, hey, your family plan has gone up from like $9 to 12 to 12 to 15, 15 to 17. It's $20 right now.
We've elected to charge you more.
Yeah, a recession will do that, and we are certainly pretty much there at this point. I would think. Is what it is. But so how's I did see the I saw a clip earlier today from the boys. I don't know if it's the most recent episode, but it was like some like caricature of like a super far right lady who's like just spouting a bunch of like conspiracy theory like bullshit on a stage while one of the characters is like suffering through it. I can't remember any of the shit that she said, but it was just like it's that old, yeah, it sparked that old conversation on Twitter. It's like, oh, the guys are now just now realizing they're the ones being made fun of, yada yada yada, etc. Yeah, that shit.
The show's been trying for a while to make the right look to be bad. The problem is that to do good satire, you have to understand the thing you are satirizing. Yeah. And the left has no understanding of the right beyond the most mimetic, overblown elements of it.
Yeah, so I've noticed a theme where like the right pretty consistently knows what the left is on about because, well, they're constantly fucking telling them, right? They're pretty vocal about it. Well, the left's understanding of the right is just extremism. Like they only understand the extreme end of the right, which is like, well, and if you try to explain to them anything, you're only revolving like center right or like just like moderate right. They just don't want to listen. They choose to be ignorant. So
it's also severely undermined by the show itself, because they go like, oh, the conspiracy theory is that the CIA wants to kill the vice president. And then you look at the show, hold on, the heroes are bankrolled by the CIA and they are trying to kill the vice president. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Just no amount of actual subtlety or proper intrigue is what I'm hearing.
No, they just really, really, really want to make fun of the MAGA right and the extreme right. It's just that they don't know how to without looking retarded.
Wow, look at you, you're just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. But the conspiracy theorist in the show is right.
Yes. Exactly, like the conspiracy theory is proven correct.
What I'm wondering is, like, at what point did this start, like, taking a turn? Because when the boys... Oh. Wait, oh, Lumi's here? Hi, Lumi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you remember Lumi, actually. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, my pet Latinx.
I thought that was Rosa.
I have several these days.
Wait, Lumi's Latina? There's one.
She is Latinx.
I don't know.
That is weird.
Is that like when you convert to like Latinism?
No, you're born Latinx.
Oh.
Lord. Okay, but sorry.
No way to get rid of it either.
The question I was gonna ask is like, because I heard like all the time that it's like, oh yeah, The Boys is so good, you gotta watch The Boys. Like back when it first popped off on Amazon Video. So what point did like shit start taking a turn? Because like I didn't used to hear that people were all like dissatisfied with The Boys, and you used to praise that show to high heaven, but it seems like recently. Is it just this last season, or like the season before that too?
The Boys have had this really problematic relationship with its best character, which is Homelander, who's the main bad guy.
Right.
Because they don't like him. They would prefer if he wasn't popular, and they've been really trying hard to make him not popular, and yet he remains popular. So the show writers are really frustrated with that. And so as they continue to drag him down, they make the show worse, because they're like, oh god, but we need to ruin Homelander somehow. And everyone's just like, yeah, but he's your only good character though. It's like, yeah, but we hate him. Oh.
Gotcha. Yeah, because like, the way
I love how they constantly just make him like, every time I see anything about Homelander, he's just like a complete asshole, but like the most Giga Chad fucking way. And it's just like, dude, I've noticed a theme with the left where like they want you to hate a character, but they're not willing to make them actually completely evil.
Well, it's because they don't understand what we view as evil. Like when they have Homelander kill a dude at the end of season 3, the expectation is that everybody will freak out. But the thing is, the dude threw a bottle at his son, and so Homelander reacts by killing the dude who attacked his son. And the right looks at that and goes, base. Yeah, and the left goes, wait, why are you clapping? Wait, what the fuck are you on about? What are you clapping?
On the complete off chance that someone at Amazon, is hearing this, if you want to make Homelander a bad guy, just make him rape one of the other characters. Done. Pull a Griffith. Easy.
Has he not? I feel
God.
like maybe something like that happened in the comics or something.
It's the Deep, one of the other characters, and I fucking hate what they keep doing to the Deep, because I'm like, just let him have his redemption arc already. Like, he made a girl blow him once years ago. Just fucking forgive him. Stop torturing the Deep.
Well, I mean, we know how things go. Like, in terms of the concept, the very concept of forgiveness on, you know, the left side of things, it's usually just a non-starter in general. Like, I think of who am I like constantly hearing about lately? Fucking Endeavor from My Hero Academia, right? The guy who like kind of fucked over his whole family doing his like eugenics bullshit, but later on in the comic he's like trying to make amends for all that, and it's like, yeah, but you still gotta hate him because he did all that shit in the first place. Like, yeah, but you can kind of appreciate the fact that he's like trying to make it right? It's like that is a objectively good thing. It's like he could have just kept being an asshole, and that would be worse. But like, and you can still hate him for doing the awful things in the first place.
Redemption is a positive quality in Christianity, but I think you're mixing your religions here. In wokeism, they do not believe in redemption.
You cannot have redemption in wokeism because it is the original sin.
Yeah.
Endeavor, the literal
that
wife
is
beater,
not one of
trying
their
to be
core
better.
values. Their core values is perfection, like spiraling.
It was
I
a
see
great
chat
idea.
It is purity spiraling. That is their core value. You must be as pure as possible, and the second you mess up, you must die.
Rosa Homelander's son is a rape baby? Oh. So
Wait,
so
his
he
son
did?
is a rape baby, but he's not a rape baby? I need... he's not a rapist?
Rapist?
I need explanations here.
Yeah, I'm also a little confused.
Is the wife the rapist? Is that how that worked?
I kind of doubt it. Wait,
Well,
actually? Wait, hang on.
The,
Okay, go ahead. Arch.
the original story was that Homelander had raped Butcher's wife and killed her, and that proved to not be quite true. But they do have a son. Homelander and Butcher's wife have a son, making Butcher the...
Cuck.
Yes, in this relationship.
Oh, okay. So it was implied that she was raped, but then it was figured out that she was actually like, ooh, woo, just kidding, I liked it. Is that what happened?
We're not entirely sure. I think they explained this in season 2, but I've forgotten by now.
Fair enough.
Not Griffin.
Indeed. Yeah, Endeavor, the literal wife beater, trying to be better. Like Electric Angel, again, I'm acknowledging the fact that Endeavor is a bad person, right? He's a bad person. He's done awful fucking things. But what I'm saying is, while he's still the only recourse shouldn't be like suicide or something, right? There should be.
Wait.
What's up? Go ahead.
It's just wife beating. Some of them deserve it.
Oh no. Well,
Many
I
of them
mean,
deserve it.
the is it Todoroki that is Endeavor's kid? What's the? I can't remember the name of the.
Yeah,
fucking
it's
kid.
Todoroki. It's split hair
it's
guy. I don't
Todoroki's
know anything
the hot
about My
and cold?
Hero, but I know that Endeavor's like the fire guy, I think, or ice guy.
Yeah.
Fire guy.
Well, yeah, because the whole thing
Mom's
with
the ice
Todoroki.
one, I think.
Yeah, the whole thing with Todoroki and that whole situation is that like Endeavor, I think got Todoroki's mom as part of like an arranged marriage kind of thing, and then like the whole point of them, coming together was to create a perfect child who was able to use like both their quirks, which ended up being Todoroki, of course. But that resulted in like I think 10 different kids. Like they had to go. They went through quite a few before getting to Todoroki. So that's like the whole thing. And like he was apparently abusive during this whole process, and that's nah. But as time has gone on, they've tried to show that Endeavor
Redeem
is
him?
like, he's like sorry for remorseful for like everything that he's done, all that he's put his family through. Like at a point he has like a sort of revelation about like what all has been going on. So they've been trying to have him kind of make amends with his kids and his wife and everything. And I don't believe that, like, because like clearly he's like being genuine about his like his approach to all this. So in that context, I don't believe that's a bad thing. Yes, I believe he's a bad person who's done bad shit, but if you are a bad person who's done bad shit and you are legitimately trying to be a better person, I think that's objectively a good thing. And that sort of story should be allowed in media without people like jumping up the fucking creator's ass about it because they're trying to show that a bad person can, become a better person if they really try to be a better person, because that's something that we should all be aspiring to.
Nope, not pure enough.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's
all got to be black. Sorry. It's all got to be black and white, huh?
Everything has to be black and white. No gray. No mixed children. That's wrong. Half races are bad. All right, Wizards of the Coast told us so.
They did tell us.
Yep. But yeah, the secret to making Homelander bad is really simple. Just take like a small child, right, and just have him like just not even like cut. Just have him just rip off their limbs and their head, and then just put them on like a pike, and then just have him start beating the good guys with like the child pike. Boom, easy, bad guy.
I don't know.
I like the idea of a child pike.
Right?
Jesus.
I thought of it just now.
Oh Lord. I just wish we could all get on with the idea of a character just, having a good character by being morally dubious. But it seems like everybody is so like quick to immediately like demonize even the actual creator for including a character that is not like straightforward black or white one way or the other, right? Like I think of what's his face? The Amazing Digital Circus, right?
There's only one case scenario where it's fine, and it's if they are gay and if they are being evil towards the right group of people.
I mean,
that's the one time it's okay.
Maybe. It's hard to...
if it was Endeavor's wife that was the toxic one, she could be redeemed. She's the right gender. But Endeavor's a man. That's wrong. He's not allowed to. He must be pure from the beginning, or else he is unfixable.
Rosa, men and women are exactly the same in every way, except for the double standards that benefit women. Those get to stay. Everything else, though, completely the same.
I'm glad you're following along.
Okay, his wife was getting a little bit crazy after all of the breeding, and he had to correct her with the back of his hand. It happens.
Oh God. Oh no. R2D2 was the last and good and widely accepted redemption story. R2D2.
RDR2, you fucking retard.
Oh, I'm stupid. I'm sorry, fuck. We were talking about all the Star Wars shit, and I guess I'm slightly dyslexic.
2.
I might be slightly dyslexic or something. I don't fucking know. But anyway, I'm trying, doing my best. All right.
I don't blame
R2D2 had a pretty good redemption story too, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lesbian R2D2.
This is a great time for me to mention that I have never watched any of the Star Wars movies except for Episode 7, like the first of like the latest trilogy. That's the only Star Wars movie I've ever actually watched like start to finish. Because all the other Star Wars movies, I'd seen like parts of it on TV like growing up. I never watched the whole way through. And my cousin was a big Star Wars fan. I was really excited for Part 7 when it was first announced and coming out. And I was gonna go watch it with him in the theater, which I did. But the night before, he wanted to catch me up on the story, so he made me watch all of all of the Family Guy parodies.
Oh, okay.
of the previous movies, and then he just clued me in on anything like that was missed.
I mean, those are pretty good.
That is my knowledge of Star Wars. I don't know any of the actual like important details. I just vaguely remember. No, I actually remember none of it.
Well, holy shit. I guess. I mean, hey, you kind of got off scot-free stopping at episode 7, because it only went downhill from there, and has continued to go downhill. It's weird how this hill just keeps going down. Like, there doesn't seem to be like a fucking bottom to this hill. It's going into the ocean and still going down. I'm not really sure what's happening
Disney
at this
Sarlacc
point.
pit.
Yeah, the Disney Sarlacc pit. We gotta get that trending. We gotta promote.
I'm gonna add Child Spear to the list of potential names.
I thought it was Child Pike.
Child Pike. That's
yeah, Child Pike's got a better sound to it.
It does.
Yeah,
it's longer.
It flows a little
more room for more children.
Does it do? Is it like a stacking damage like modifier? Like the more children on the pike, the more damage it does.
Yeah,
It definitely does morale damage.
Add an extra d6 per child attached to the.
Oh, psychic damage. Yeah.
Holy shit. All right. Well, Arch, you got anything else for your week, or are you good?
No, I'm pretty good.
All right. Rosa, what about you?
Over on my end, I started and finished. Wait, I think I started beforehand. But I did finish the Dark Souls 2 enemy stat randomizer run.
Which was ridiculous, as far as I could tell.
It started out really difficult, and then near the end, all the bosses had like 3 hits worth of HP. So
it was the common
really
enemies
easy.
that were the bigger problem, as far as I could tell.
Dude, Shrine of Amana. I did not think Shrine of Amana could be worse, but it totally was. They're like the lizard boys that just kind of hang out in the water and they just kind of sparkle, like Twilight vampires. You know those guys?
Yeah.
They were all hyper aggressive. Everything was hyper aggressive, and could see me from like miles away. And the lizard boys specifically were like extra fast and constantly hyper aggressive, chasing after me to like jump on me. It was not great. It was not great. It was a lot of running. I luckily had an Elizabeth mushroom, which I just swallowed that shit and like just kept spamming like heals, so I could just basically power through all of the enemies and just run straight to the boss fight. It wasn't fun. It was not fun. But we did get through it. Fucking Velstadt died in literally 3 hits.
Which is it's pretty nuts. Just like the weird juxtaposition of like all the common enemies are such a problem.
Before Shrine of Amana, I had to beat a woman for like 20 minutes. I had to backhand her. What was his name again? The guy we were just talking about?
Velstadt?
No. The My Hero guy.
Oh, Endeavor?
Yeah, I had to like Endeavor style just backhand a woman repeatedly. Until she went where I needed her to go. Because so there's a portion where the thing with Dark Souls 2, there's a lot of like little like gimmicky like progression things that are like required for progression, right? Mm-hmm. One of them is to unlock the Maronite boss fight. You have to kill an enemy next to like a golem, because then the souls from the enemy will activate the golem, right? Typically, you go into the next room, past the room where the golem is, and there's 2 assassins that drop down. Then you lure them into the room with the golem, you kill them there, and then boom, you're done. The elevator works, you can now access the boss fight. Problem. Both of the assassins, as far as their random stats rolled, they had glass ankles. So the second they dropped down from the ceiling to try to kill me, the second they touched the ground, they died, both of them. And all of the aggressive enemies in the area were too big to fit through the door. So I had to kill all of the enemies, kill one of the 2 women, because you know the like fire ladies, the really, really hot ones?
Desert sorceresses, right?
Yeah, the desert sorceresses. There's a room that has 2 of them, and they're human-sized, like I should fit through the fucking door.
So yeah, and then you spend like 10 minutes or so backhanding that woman like out of that room, up a set of stairs, through a whole other like hallway, up another set of stairs.
Yep.
Fucking hell. You almost killed her along the way too.
Well, I did multiple times. I kept backhanding her and accidentally punching her in the face. So it took me like 3 attempts.
Accidentally, but air quotes. Yeah, you know how it goes, right, Arch? When you accidentally punch a woman in the face.
It happens.
I did eventually backhand her into place, and then I punched her until she died, and her soul activated the machine. But it did take like a good 20 minutes and several attempts. I still really need someone to draw some art of just me backhanding the fucking the desert sorceress. I need art of me like just backhanding the desert. She also kept slapping me, so it's not like it was like just me being the abuser. Okay, this was like a classic lesbian relationship. Okay, it was back and forth. It was back and forth. All right, she kept like smacking me. She'd grab me and then kiss me. Right, she'd hit me with her fucking, like, her what was it? It's like a mirror she has? What is that thing?
I'm tempted to put that in as one of the choices for the fucking podcast title, the classic lesbian relationship. The lesbian special. Jesus. Oh,
I'm just saying, alright, it was not just me, okay? She kept beating me, she kept burning me, okay? In reality, I was just punching her. I'm not the abuser. All right. If it really comes down to it, we can both say it was self-defense and then split the house, so it's not a super big deal.
You can only abuse victims. You can only defend yourself against women.
Exactly. So, you know, worst case scenario, yeah, we just split the house, we just saw the child in half, and like, we're good. We each get half a child bike. But yeah, eventually I got it, so that was fun. I'm trying to think of anything else that was like particularly entertaining of that run. Because like it was only an enemy stat randomizer. The next one that I think I'm gonna do on Saturday is gonna be a player stat randomizer. Where my stats are random. I was testing it last night, and I was the one with glass ankles, so that's gonna be fun. The first test I did, I was like the Flash. I was like super fast. And the second test I did, I was like super slow, and I couldn't jump. So we'll see what we end up like random fucking rolling for the parameters for that when we actually do the on-stream playthrough. But yeah, playing with the fucking randomizer has been super fun.
Yeah,
I think anything else.
I am curious to see how the play, because you're doing the player randomizer stat thing next, right?
Yeah, player stat randomizer. I'm also randomizing the equipment stats as well. So anything that revolves around the player will be randomized.
Yeah, it's like, I just, because I remember when you were fucking around with it last night, and you were in the initial starting area, and you slipped off like the slightly higher, like it like slightly higher than a stair step, like elevated platform,
it's like
right?
It took three stair steps. I was almost at the bottom. I was like on like the last step, and decided to just kind of like walk off the edge. And the second that my feet touched the ground, I died. I'm full HP. Died.
You fell like half a foot to the ground and died instantly.
Yeah, I lived the inevitable Biden death.
Oh man. Well, you didn't shit yourself at the same time, so I mean, at least you had your dignity. Okay, fair. Yeah, you're right.
I had pants on. They were brown.
Okay. At least you still had your humanity at the time.
Well, I lost it though.
Shit. Okay, you know what? Fine. I got nothing. You just Biden. You fucking Black Eater Biden all the way, I guess.
I keep forgetting about Black Eater Biden.
It's right.
Oh man.
It's so hard to explain because that's like one of our most obscure like inside joke community memes. Like, so it's hard to explain that one.
There's like several layers to it.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Okay, but yeah, that aside.
So Dev asked me about this. So I'm curious if you were told about it, Arch. But do you know about Schrodinger's glory hole?
No, not that one specifically.
He knows about other glory holes, but the Schrodinger's one, he needs to brush up on that one. Why don't you enlighten him, Russ?
Well, Schrodinger's glory hole is just it's like a sideways explanation of what in reality is Schrodinger's faggot. We just couldn't call the stream that. And so the concept is really simple, and that is that the idea is that if you are like what we are attracted to is not necessarily genitalia, but femininity or masculinity. And so if you decide to dick down a feminine face, right? Like, let's say like there's no body, it's just like a severed head, right? You're gonna fucking use like a woman's face, right? A female head, feminine head, right? As a fucking, I don't know, like a fucking tango egg, what the fuck are those things called? As a flashlight, all right? Even though there's no vagina, right? You are straight because it's a feminine face, right? Versus if you decide to dick down like a masculine face, right? Gay. You're attracted to even though there's no penis, right? You're gay. It's a man.
Is Arch muted? No, Arch isn't
masculine.
muted. I don't
He's
think so.
He's contemplating.
Yeah.
But if you put a bag over it and you don't know whether the face that you're dicking down is masculine or feminine, regardless of what genitalia it may have on a severed body somewhere else in the world, because you do not know whether or not you are dicking down something that is masculine or feminine, you are Schrodinger's faggot. You are gay and not gay at the same time.
Makes sense.
To a certain degree, it does conflate sexuality with just sex, which I think is the complicating matter there.
You know what? Fair
I
point.
guess that is true. I mean, well, the implication is that you were attracted to this thing enough to, like, get it down, right?
If we're gonna go spicy on this, right, let me
by
add
all
a further element to this.
Yeah, if I may, Arch, it is called the Offensive Charm Podcast, so by all means, go fucking nuts.
If a pedophile is attracted to children, what happens when the child grows up?
Well, you would think they'd stop being attracted.
They would like be attracted to a different child, like someone who's still a child, right?
But this would mean that they would be incapable of love, because they always say like people who are together forever, they still find the opposite party beautiful even when they're old.
That is true.
So, yeah, I guess so then. I mean,
well,
pedophiles
hold on,
are obviously bad people, so
wait,
finding out they're
hold on.
incapable of love, that's not surprising.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so, like, by that same logic, though, that means that we're all incapable of love. Because, like, if I, for example, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but, like, if I were to, like, be, like, in a relationship with, like, a woman, and then she turned into a man, that would also be a problem for me. I would not be able to continue loving that person the way I did before. So I would just no longer be attracted to them. So, and I think that applies to most people that aren't bi. So by that, I mean, yeah, you could follow that same train of logic back home. But I mean, so wait, hold on. So let's just take a step back now. So to conflate your idea with my idea, if a pedophile is dicking down a severed head, because heads also don't really change with age, not much. They don't really grow. They kind of children are born with like half their body is a head. Right? Is he actually Schrodinger's pedophile because he doesn't know whether the age of that head?
Well, it's the question of sexuality and love, I guess. It's how we define love. Attraction. Because if you can fall in love with somebody or attracted to somebody, it'll be separate from just physical pleasure. Because you would never argue that you are fleshlight sexual, even though you can derive pleasure from a fleshlight. There are relatively few people who are dull sexual.
You say that,
point.
Arch, but I'm sure fleshlight sexual might actually be a thing on some weird leftist website somewhere at this point. I wouldn't doubt
I would not be surprised if it is a thing somewhere.
Robosexuals, yeah, they exist.
Oh yeah, the people who are just waiting for the real dolls to get to that point where they're
I
essentially
guess,
the robo anime girls
to take over.
Following that train of thought, though, Arch, I do understand what you mean. Because I don't want to fuck everyone that I love, people that I love that I don't want to, like Jazz, right? So I guess
I appreciate that you don't want to fuck them.
That makes sense. But from like a sexual, I guess people do. Like, I'm not sexually attracted to my aunt. Well, depends on the day, but most people aren't.
Because when we say sexual attraction, what we're really saying is who you'd like to fall for and who you can see yourself in a relationship with. Because there's an added context to that beyond merely just the sexual portion.
Wait, is it? I assume sexual attraction just means
those can be separate.
That'd get my dick hard. Like that could be anything, right? Because I could see like, I don't know, some random supermodel in a magazine, a Victoria's Secret catalog, right? And it's like, I find her sexy, and then I'm like half chub right now. We're good. But I don't fucking But I like me specifically. I obviously this isn't quite as universal as it used to be, but me, like, I need to get to know somebody like actually before I could ever say that I'm like in love with them or have that like sort of feeling towards them, right? So like I couldn't say that I love or have like romantic feelings towards some random supermodel in a magazine, but I could say I'm maybe attracted to her just because she is attractive. I could say that.
Yeah.
Well, I could then say that there might be a man model and he might be incredibly attractive by any conventional measure, but you might not be attracted to him. And the attraction part then is the relationship part and the sexual part.
Do you think? I don't know. Because here's the thing, I can imagine myself having a relationship with a man, but not sex with a man. So I don't think those conflate.
Wait, when you say relationship,
those
do you
necessarily
mean
go together?
when you say a relationship? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because relationship doesn't necessarily imply romance, like the word relationship as its like base thing. Because you have like relationship with your parents, like a parent-child relationship, right? Like that's still a relationship of a sort, but you specifically mean in a romantic context.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could marry a man. I don't think I could bring myself to fuck a man though. I'm just not, like, I don't know. I'm just not feeling it.
But in this example, we are specifically saying faggot, as in relationship, because a faggot is somebody who seeks out relationship with other men. Because that's the added context of the situation. Because you're
Is that
gay.
inherent?
Because if you just got pleasure from it, doesn't change your sexuality. Like it's the same with the whole fleshlight thing. You can enjoy sex with a doll without becoming doll sexual.
So my idea is flawed because a severed head isn't a person. It's basically
Well, kind of. Like it comes to the definition of person because we give it additional value and context based on that. But in reality, having sex with somebody without having any other context about them whatsoever, they're just a wet hole to stick your dick into. What really is the difference between that and fucking a plastic bag with warm water in it?
I imagine one would probably feel a little better than just a bag of warm water, but...
Well, what if you were gonna find out afterwards? Or there was a chance you could find out what it is that you're actually sticking it into.
But if you then find out that it's the gender you're not attracted to, I don't think that will change your attraction. Unless it's one hell of a blowjob, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, right?
It's like, well, I don't like dudes, but that was pretty amazing, bro.
Appreciate it, homie. The pretty good bro job you just gave me there.
Nice lips, bro.
This requires further study, I think. I think we need to have an actual we need like a peer-reviewed, like actual like Cambridge level study on this. Yeah, we need to find out how many homies out there kissing the homies goodnight. You know, we gotta find out how many dudes would go for femboys. You know, like are femboys gay? We need to
no.
Like.
Well, actually, femboys a little bit. Traps, no.
Wait, what's the fucking difference, huh?
Well, I'm glad you asked. You see,
God. Oh no.
All traps are femboys, but not all femboys are traps. You see, a trap is a femboy that passes so extremely well that they can pretend to be a woman and you wouldn't know.
Oh, okay. All right, I see where you're going now. I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. So then you fall into the trap.
The difference is intent, I would guess.
I suppose so, yeah.
Well, so in the case of a femboy, like the idea is that it's feminine, but it's still a boy. You can tell it's a boy, right? Versus a trap, like you fall for it because it is so completely like feminine, like you just can't tell until you lift the skirt.
But also,
you see,
worked into the word trap is the intent to trick you, that they are putting on a show.
True. That's why the trans don't like the term. That's why they find it transphobic.
Well, I've had a trans person get mad at me before. This was ages ago. This was before I even met Arch. Over the word Fuda. Because they're like, that's offensive. Like I am offended by the word Fuda, and you shouldn't say it. Like, I don't mind, but like you shouldn't say it because it'll upset people. And I was like, well, I thought Fudas and trans women were different. Because in my head, I'm like, well, they're different things. But Fuda...
Fudas are infinitely superior because they're 2D and made up.
Yes. Well, kind of. I didn't say this, right? But in my head, I was thinking a Fuda is a woman with a penis, while a trans person is a man who believes they're a woman. So it's like a little different, right? But I didn't get the chance to say it before they were like, okay, cool, I'm glad you understand. Anyway, here's another list of terms that you can't say. And it was like, here's like femboy,
trap was on there.
Like all that stuff was on there, and I was like, whoa. Let me, because I told them, I was like, oh, like, I'm sorry you're offended, you know, like that's what I said. And like they started listening to all this shit, and I was like, whoa. I said, I'm sorry you're offended. I didn't say I was sorry for saying it. Let's make that very, very clear. I will say it again. And I will not stop saying it.
It feels a little funny because I feel like I used to be that person where it's like, oh yeah, man, you say the N-word around me, I don't give a shit. But you probably shouldn't say it around like other black people. But like ever since I started hanging out with Rose, I've like kind of fallen down the slope fallen down the slope into you should say the N-word whenever. I don't give a fuck. You should just say it. You should say it to everyone all the time. Listen, I just think that as a species we gotta fucking move past it. The word's got too much power. It gets annoying.
What I wanted to say is
sorry,
that traps are not gay. To once again quote, same as last time we had this conversation, to once again quote Andrew Tate. If you had to choose between a genuine 10 out of 10 trans woman or a genuine like 1 out of 10 woman, right? It is mathematically less gay to pick the trans woman.
Yeah, I suppose. Wait, okay. So, in this hypothetical, though, does this being at 10 out of 10 probably means that the Neo Vag has been installed already, correct?
No. So the way that it was equated was Megan Fox with a penis or Hulk Hogan with a vagina.
Fuck.
That's the way that it was equated, and this is why the conversation on like being attracted to genitalia versus femininity or masculinity came up. That was the origins of Schrodinger's faggot.
Bro, I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, at the end of the day, you are mostly attracted to the femininity.
Yeah.
But I would then argue that the femininity takes a pretty serious dink when the dick comes out.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'd say no matter what, you're a little gay, but you're just less gay if you're fucking Megan Fox with a dick. You just tape that motherfucker down. Pretend it's not there.
Okay.
Women got buttholes.
One more point then on this hypothetical of clarification. Is the dick bigger than your dick on the 10 out of 10 trans woman?
Because
that factors in
right there.
That factors in.
I didn't think about it. That's kind of hard. I don't know.
Okay, I'd say if it's 10 out of 10, the dick's got to at least be smaller. At least, if it's gonna, it's
gotta be like small and cute, just tiny. You barely notice it.
Yeah, you take a point hit if the dick is bigger than your dick. You can't be 10 out of 10 and have bigger dick than me.
Yeah, because if the dick is bigger, then you know that the relationship will eventually evolve to the stage where she'll be looking at your asshole and thinking,
Okay. I hadn't thought of that yet, but I'm gonna agree with you guys. If she is a genuine 10 out of 10, the PP has to be small. She must be on like some serious like the hormone therapy stuff, right? So like.
Okay, if that's the case, then I think reasonably, honestly, I have to go with the 10 out of 10.
Hulk Hogan with a vagina, Buck Angel.
Yeah, because if it's fucking Hulk Hogan with a vagina with the handlebar mustache and everything, then I have to. I fucking have to.
Brother.
I have to do the 10 out of 10 trans then.
Or sorry.
If I'm being honest with myself. If I'm being honest with myself, I have to. I get it. I have to be real careful the balls don't touch, and it's fine, I guess.
See, there you go. I'm telling you, dude, duct tape fixes everything.
Oh, before it gets completely buried, somebody in chat wanted me to ask you about the N-word, Arch. If you'd like to.
Like, I genuinely, unironically believe that the N-word is a positive thing, that we should celebrate more, because it was a word invented specifically to put black people down. And black people reclaimed it to a word that means, my friend, my comrade, my brother.
Yeah, kind of like
this is a genuine achievement.
Yeah, kind of like queer with the LGBT, right?
It's pretty impressive. I agree.
I've gotten the way I started rationalizing it a point was this, right? Like I was never like too bothered by the N-word in general, just all throughout my life, right? Because I grew up in like Call of Duty lobbies and watching the Chappelle Show, right? The N-word is like more likely to make me laugh and from anyone when they say it rather than offend me. But at a point I was like, okay, so a lot of people have a problem with this. I see two solutions here, right? One that is highly unlikely and one that's like slightly more likely. And the first one is everyone stops saying it. The word just ceases to exist, right? We just no N-word for anybody, right? That's the first solution. I doubt that's ever gonna fucking happen. What I think is slightly more reasonable and likely is that we all just say it and nobody gets offended anymore. We're just cool with it. Everybody gets to say it now. That's where I think we should get to. That's where I think we should be. Just everyone says the N-word. Fuck it.
Again, I think it should actually be celebrated because it's a word that has been unironically reclaimed. It should be viewed as a positive now.
Change Black History Month to N-word month.
Yeah, no, straight up.
I would love that. I would. Listen, you start a petition.
N-word Appreciation Month.
I will put my name on that petition. Like I was telling, we were talking to Dev about like reclaiming our slurs, right? And how we kind of already took back retard and faggot for the most part is on there. And now we're like, when it's time to go for the big N, I told Dev that I would be down to function as a great black shield for the movement to get the N-word into proper popular circulation for everybody. Yeah, I'm down.
I always love watching the fucking tracks on Twitter between fucking Wei Wu and the Hodge twins. It's always so much fun. Go on Twitter, look up Wei Wu.
How do I even spell that?
WEI space WU, or just look up the Hodge twins. You'll probably find them talking about Wei Wu. Their interactions are beautiful. Hey, yo!
Is it this one right here?
God, I love women. Sorry, what?
Is it this one right here? The Wei Wu with the Chinese characters next to it?
Yeah. That one. Just scroll through it.
Wow, what the hell is this profile picture? Jesus. Oh, Hodge
Scroll
twins.
down.
We gave Wei Wu. Fuck.
If you scroll down,
Mm-hmm.
Wei Wu gives much wisdom. Keep scrolling further down, you'll find it.
Okay.
Wait,
I don't know if it's a good idea to have the whole word on stream though. I think we're still streaming. We're still on YouTube. I don't know if this is a good idea.
They can't see it. It's small. It's fine. It's small, like Megan Fox penis.
Yeah, fine. But I'll read this, but I got to sub out the N-word for just saying N-word. Okay. Good. Cool. All right. Much people possession anger for me.
Oh God! Wait. I just realized that it was going for the hard R now.
Yeah, no, that's a. So are we still good?
It used to be the soft A version. Wei Wu's going all the way. Wei Wu is leading the charge.
Wait, okay. Arch.
You got left
Rosa.
behind, Jazz.
Arch and Rosa, both of you.
Hmm?
Do I go all in on the reading of this? Do we?
No.
No? Okay. Just read it normal? Just read it normal? I just...
YouTube disapproves of Black Pride.
Wait. When you say all in, do you mean reading the words, or do you mean the accent?
I mean like how fucking Asian people sound in South Park. Like, do I go all in?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. You're black and they're Asian, which means this is exactly the case scenario where you're allowed to be racist.
Oh Lord! All right, fuck it. We're doing this. We gotta earn that offensive in the offensive chart. Much people possession anger for me. Why? I use the N-word. My friend, please improve English wisdom. N-word mean good friend. This only American English wisdom. My white skin N-word take the talisman honor. He provision N-word permission use. Assist me deliver wisdom. Thank.
You keep scrolling if you want.
Also, I heard that,
more.
Arch. We finally got a laugh out of you. I heard it. I heard that. Holy shit! Wait, so I gotta read the messages here too?
No. You can just keep scrolling down. I was looking for specifically the like Hodge twins interactions because they're always so fucking funny.
Fuck. I don't see. Oh. Holy shit! I'm gonna start crying.
Should probably scroll past that one.
Yeah. Yeah. William Willis. I fight for freedom for speaking.
I love Weiwu's Twitter so much, dude. There's no better Twitter account than Weiwu's Twitter account.
I'm gonna go ahead and just follow it, yeah.
Alright. We can move on.
Okay, yeah. We move on. So it's still on your week. Do you got anything else?
Oh,
no,
I just did Dark Souls 2. I just did Dark Souls 2.
Okay, fair enough. So you guys want to move on to some news? We got some stories to talk about.
Go on.
Yeah, okay. So I'd say the first and probably the biggest story going around the block lately is about the new upcoming Souls-like video game that many people, including myself, are excited for. Black Myth Wukong. And just a second, real quick, guys. Like level with me here. Are you guys starting to feel like every time Sweet Baby comes up, it's like a fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain, just popping up to like enact the latest evil scheme or some shit? Like it's really starting to feel like a Team Rocket-esque kind of.
We will extort 7 million from the monkey people in China.
Yeah. So as
the
rumor.
Foiled again.
Straight up.
Damn
So
Chinese and their meddling dog, which they've eaten.
Oh fucking hell! As the rumor goes, Sweet Baby tried to dip their fingers into another pie. This time, the devs who were doing Black Myth Wukong, which I don't know if that's the name of their actual studio. Fuck, I probably should look that up. Oh wait, platform Weibo, media platform Weibo, Black Myth Wukong. Oh no, wait, no, that's the journalist who's uncovering this shit. God damn it! Yeah, let me. Fuck, what's the name of their studio? I ought to keep them in mind anyway, because their response was pretty fucking based in general. Let's see, Black Wukong.
Are you excited for Black Myth Wukong, Arch? You into this type of game?
Potentially, I do like my Souls-like on occasion.
There you go. Game Science is the name of their studio. Publisher. They're publishing and developing the game. Just all them. So yeah, apparently they were approached by Sweet Baby, or at least some consultancy firm that is synonymous with Sweet Baby, because there's a fuck ton of them now. It's like a goddamn epidemic. And apparently they were propositioned to have their game consulted on in the way that Sweet Baby often does. And apparently they told Sweet Baby to fuck off. So after that, we have the IGN hit piece that ended up popping up, which let's have a quick read here. Indie Souls-like Black Myth Wukong has seen widespread acclaim since its reveal, but the studio behind it, Game Science, has long been plagued with accusations of sexism that reflect wider issues in the Chinese games industry. Right. So apparently this according to the rumor, this would have happened right around after the talks between Game Science and Sweet Baby broke down. So what people are pretty much thinking would happen now is that the hit pieces started flying just as soon as they marked where they stood in the sand. But of course this shit got community noted pretty much immediately. And we love our community notes, we really do. The sexist quotes shown in the article are poorly translated. Accurate translation, so the statements being vulgar, but definitely not sexist. IGN report on these fallacious, unverified claims as though their fact is yellow journalism, which CNs were made to combat. Community notes were made to combat. So if I recall correctly, because somebody did go over this, apparently the head dev over at Game Science was comparing the whole process of game development to like a pregnancy, essentially. And how like lately there's been a lot of miscarriages, to put it in one way or the other. I'm definitely like heavily paraphrasing here, but yeah, essentially like these were the quotes that they're taking somewhat out of context and are marking outright as sexism and probably misogyny and so on and so forth. But yeah, essentially the story as it goes so far is that they tried to get him for, you know, once the once the piece started going out, maybe they like came back with them with the offer again, tried to get $7 million out of them to do the consultancy job.
That's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, imagine $7 million just so they can come in and fuck up your game. That's wild. Could you imagine paying someone $7 million to fucking ruin your life?
How big is their team? That they need to charge $7 million for just the fucking consultancy.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Because this is a small studio. Again, they're both like developing and publishing their own like project here. Like, and this just been in the works for like a decade now. I feel like I heard about this game. No, probably not like, exactly a decade ago, but it's been a fucking while since the first like teaser for Black Myth Wukong came out. And this game's been in development for a good long time. So they're probably not working with a massive team or a huge budget or anything. But yeah, the fact that you're like coming at these guys, a smaller pseudo indie studio for $7 million is egregious. It's fucking ridiculous.
Wild. Dude.
I don't know. It's unbelievable.
Well, these fucking like movies and shit cost so much fucking money to produce. It's just a bunch of people fucking sitting on their ass and doing nothing and being like, "Oh, is there a black woman? No, put one in. $7 million, thank you."
Oh yeah, because we did go over the inflation of the budgets for movies problem. We were talking about
yeah, we talked about the last week with,
when we were talking Godzilla -1. Yeah, because they made that whole movie on $15 million. That's like one of the best movies I've seen in probably several years now.
It
was amazing.
$15 million. You said 15?
15, as opposed to something like the Marvels, which costs like $300 million.
Sorry, well, it's twice. So making that movie cost twice as much as it cost to hire fucking DEI consultants. Only twice. Wild.
It's unbelievable. I don't know, Arch, what do you think about
Bitch, I can make a whole ass new game with $7 million. Shut up.
Probably good.
Well, I do think the claim is it's something that I could see Sweet Baby and their affiliates doing, but I am also a little worried that it sounds ridiculous. Like $7 million, really? Consultant fees? I mean, that sounds absurd, and I get a little bit of flashbacks to how this was done the other way around, because there was, of course, a lot of people who made their careers out of accusing or making the accusation that they were being attacked by the far right and so on, and playing the victim. And I feel like now that the winds are changing, we're going to start seeing this from the opposite side.
It's possible.
Because it just, like you say, Saturday morning cartoon villain. It really comes across like that. It's like, they called us and asked for $7 million. Like, really?
I mean, it does, but I don't necessarily have the hardest time believing it. Like from what the videos that we sent that come out, right? I don't remember her name, but the one who heads up Sweet Baby, right? Had that whole video about her saying is like, oh, if they don't like give you what you want, like grab their social media person and like terrify them, like fucking like strong arm them into like doing what you want them to do and all that shit, right? Like that sounded like a fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain speech.
And it also wasn't just IGN. There was multiple hit pieces that came out like around the same time, if not literally the same day. So like there's that, right? And then again, like if you just look at the cost of making games, right? For like a lot of the studios that do use DEI, and it's just like it's always like a ridiculous amount of money that it costs to make these games. And it's just, you compare that to like the quality of that game versus like games that are way cheaper to make, and you have to wonder like, where the fuck is that money going?
Absolutely. This was the fact it's like a Chinese title though, because like the Chinese are not particularly known for being woke. So for them to go after a Chinese studio is like, really? Did you expect
very
them to pay $7 million for this?
The thing is, they have been trying to push into the East. We've seen with like Capcom has like a fucking DI department now. Sega like had DI consultants on Infinite Wealth, which was like the latest Yakuza game. Apparently, they're going to be moving forward with more of that. So there have been like efforts and moves to get in on those Eastern, studios and whatnot. I think probably a little more success in Japan than in China for sure, but they're trying. They're trying to worm their way over there. It is happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would normally be with you, Arch, on this, because I'm very much of the fence sitting type, right? But the enlightened centrist I like to embody. But it's just the cartoonishness has reached levels where it's believable. Because we've seen we've seen shit like this before, and it's just too many things all at the same time, kind of pointing towards this being just likely.
To call it coincidence?
Yeah, well, it's not just to call it coincidence. It's just like to say that like, oh, 7 million, so much money. It's like, yeah, it is, but also like, look at how much fucking Spider-Man costs to make, and it's just the same fucking game from the previous year with a few additional things.
Well, the very fact that this has been accepted as readily as it has indicates that it is not completely ridiculous. Like, that's the thing, right? People hear this and they believe it. So I'm like, okay, well, they have made things really fucking retarded, so I could see this happening.
But I do get the concern about like jumping at shadows, because me and Rose have talked about that like several times as we've like gone over stories like this with like all the DEI stuff and like this, that, and the other. It's like there it does seem like there are some things here and there when we talk about stories like this where there might be a bit of an angle of overreach, right? Like there may be like a little too much that you're trying to like, I feel like there was something
on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like there was something in particular we were talking about the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows thing. Like, fuck, I forget what exactly it was. Yeah,
Was it Assassin's Creed Shadows?
Maybe? It was something. It was something recent. It was like either like last episode or the one before that. But I know we were talking about like the whole thing where it's like, yeah, some people are kind of going a little overboard. It's like that thing where it's like, okay, there's a black character in the thing. And like that in and of itself is a problem. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Like there can be a black character so long as it's not like they're not beating you over the head with that character. Like as long as that's not like a character who is black. Rather, wait, no, I said it backwards. As long as it is a character who happens to be black and not a character whose blackness is their whole fucking thing and like they're beating you over the head with it, right? Like just a black character just being there, that's like you're jumping at shadows if you're like getting all bent out of shape just because of that. But if it's something like a Shadows where it's like Yasuke and like there's a lot of historical bending and like it's just a bad look in general when it's just like a massive black dude like swinging a giant club at all these Asian people and they're all bowing to him when he walks by and all that shit. Like it's not a great
really
look.
Weird sounding R&B sound in the background.
Yeah, the hip hop. Like it's that at that point, like obviously it's over the top. It's nonsense. But when it's just a black person is just there and they're just they're an actual character. Like but somebody's still getting bent out of shape about it. That's jumping at shadows. That's the sort of thing. We do want to still look at these things.
I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, but like to give the example though, we do want to still have like some kind of nuanced outlook on this whole thing, just so we're not going like full on leftist about it, right? We don't want to sink to their level on that whole thing. But yeah, as far as this goes, I mean, I guess we'll just keep an ear to the ground, see if anything like concrete comes out about it. I don't want to like completely put it on them as of just yet, but I don't have a hard time believing that this might actually be true, is where I'm at, I think.
It would be nice to get that something concrete, because having traced back the original like Weibo post, there doesn't seem to be anything there backing it up. It is very much so a trust me bro kind of situation.
Yeah, like a like a cheesemate. It's just like it's like a fucking gossip. Like oh, they said this. It's like, well,
yeah, for sure. It's a combination of the it's a combination of the fact that we do have video evidence of them saying some really fucked up things. It's over at Sweet Baby, and we have obviously evidence of them doing fucked up things to several games at this point. Suicide Squad, Spider-Man, etc., and so on.
I have no idea. No doubt that Sweet Baby Inc. would have loved to have extorted them for $7 million. I'm just not sure they did, or at least tried in that way.
Yeah, tried
yes.
to.
I mean, this was 5 days ago. Has Sweet Baby said anything?
I mean, I don't think so. Arch, have you heard anything? If they've said anything about it?
No, I haven't heard anything about it.
I mean, this is the sort of thing where you'd kind of want to just like keep your head down, your mouth shut, to just not like exacerbate the situation, as they have in the, which is weird because they are usually not the type to keep their fucking head. Yeah.
So maybe them being quiet is it could be proof that Arch is right here.
Could
But
be.
the fact that they're not commenting on it could lean both ways, honestly.
It could.
Like, if they had the evidence that they didn't, and if they could prove the null, then I would think they would have done so. It's like, here's our email server. There's no sign of it. Like, the evil right-wing chuds are spinning their narrative, you know?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get you. But as of the moment, just kind of like, you know, keep a skeptical side eye on it, sort of thing. Like, maybe there's something there, maybe there's not, but we'll see. Like, we don't want to like, there's plenty to condemn Sweet Baby for without this in particular.
True.
But, you know. But hey, this
is
might
hardly
just
the
be
only negative thing that they've done.
or will continue to do, I'm sure. But that aside, what else?
What's the next story?
What was the other big thing?
It's always fun doing none of the work and just showing up and learning about what happened last week. I love it.
Well, I mean, I hope you're taking down possible podcast titles. At the
I
very
wrote down a
least.
few, yeah. I've actually done
Okay,
some of
good.
this.
I feel like there was one other, like a bigger story I wanted to talk about before we. Was that really the only big one? No, there had to be something else.
There was the Adobe one, wasn't there?
Adobe overreaching ever so slightly.
Oh, yeah, King. Yeah, because apparently they're getting sued about it now.
The United States is suing them for
There we go. Got
unreasonable
it.
cancellation requirements and fees.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so breaking news: U.S. government is suing Adobe. It's accusing the company of harming consumers by enrolling them in the most expensive subscription plans without clearly disclosing the huge early termination fees that can reach hundreds of dollars. And it's like, yeah, holy shit, like, put the combo counter up, right? Because we were just talking about Adobe last week with their whole thing of trying to, like, review people's, like, projects in Photoshop, even ones that might be under NDA, and how that's super fucked up and invasive. And now we got this shit, and it's like, what the fuck is going on over at Adobe? That they're making all these fucked up decisions one after the other. Like, I'm not quite sure I understand. I could use a deeper insight on this one.
Was that Adobe last week?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Adobe. I can check our logs. I'm fairly certain because Adobe does Photoshop, right? Or is that someone else?
Photoshop, After Effects, a lot of things.
Yeah. So that was Adobe then. Yeah. So yeah, I don't.
Man.
Fucking.
God. I mean, it's honestly, it's about fucking time with how much, like, that's the thing, like, once you get the Adobe thing, it's like, you've signed a contract with fucking Satan. You're just not allowed. There's not much to comment on this, but it's like an ongoing thing. It's like, see where the fuck that goes.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can get like any more details on the matter. The lawsuit alleges Adobe hides the terms of its annual paid monthly plan in the fine print and behind optional text boxes and hyperlinks. In doing so, the company fails to properly disclose the early termination fee incurred upon cancellation. That can amount to hundreds of dollars, the complaint says. Okay, so this is all just like fine print finagling bullshit then, essentially. Customers do attempt to cancel. The DOJ alleges that Adobe requires them to go through an onerous and complicated cancellation process that involves navigating through multiple web pages and pop-ups, and allegedly ambushes customers with an early termination fee, which may discourage them from canceling.
How long do you have to wait for it to not be an early termination?
I'm not sure. It doesn't. I don't think it says here. Can you reconnect? Because it's an annual thing, right? So it has at least a year, I would assume. Or is there like a monthly subscription?
The millisecond in between your subscription running out and it being auto-renewed for the full cost.
Exactly. Oh, Lord. That is too much. Lawsuit alleges these practices break federal laws designed to protect consumers. Yeah, I would think so. This sounds like some pretty scum ass shit that I would hope there'd be some laws in place to prevent, but
there are. It is not illegal to be doing this.
Yeah, but corporations trying to sneak around that shit isn't a new thing, so it doesn't necessarily surprise me that this sort of thing would pop up.
Yeah.
Next, Adobe didn't immediately reply any request for comment. Okay, and they're keeping their mouths shut and their heads down about it, so I guess we'll just have to see how things go in the coming days, because this was June 17th, so this was a couple of days ago. So I'm sure all that's still in process, and we'll have to see where it goes.
What else did you send in the chat?
Blade? Oh yeah. I just thought that one was funny. So yeah, there's been a little bitty Blade update on the project that apparently Disney's working on. Let's see. I believe was it the another director. I believe this is another director. I don't think this is the first one that's walked out. But Yen Demange has exited the program before production was set to get started via the wrap. So yeah, we lost another director. I think
fuck this shit. We are out.
Is this like the third or like fourth one that they've tried to have?
Second director.
Second? Oh, is it? Oh, okay, all right. I feel like I keep hearing about this fucking Blade show that seems to be just like cursed in general. Because it's just like the scripts keep getting rewritten, the directors keep heading out. Like, wait, do they have Wesley Snipes in on this, or do they get someone else for it?
There's some new guy I think that's supposed to be playing him now.
Oh, okay. Because like, what was the deal with the script? They were trying to do the thing like the modern day thing where he's got like a daughter, and like the daughter kind of ends up taking over the Blade name or whatever.
Yep.
I feel like you did a video on this a while back.
This is why it keeps failing, because there is simply no way to do this to Blade. Blade is coolness personified. Like, he is probably the fucking coolest character out there. And to turn him into the bitch, to make him hand up his cape to some teenager, you just can't. You just can't.
I suppose he does have the added benefit of like the Black Shield as well. Like I'm sure they don't want to like piss off the black community by fucking with Blade. So.
Yes, they can't do to him what they did to Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
And again, it's Blade. Like Wesley Snipes' performance of Blade is so good. Like, he oozes coolness, and it seems so natural when he does it. Oh, Blade movies
some
are great.
motherfuckers always got to be skating uphill.
Yeah.
I love in Blade.
I gotta go back and watch the movies again. Like, I gotta watch them again. It's been a while.
Like, the security guard starts shooting at him, and he just looks confused. Like, motherfucker, really? Like, he doesn't get why they're even trying to fight him.
Oh man, yeah. So that's just like a fun little aside. Things appear to still be rocky on that boat, still going through some turbulent waters. I do wonder if, like, at any point that it's actually going to be able to come out, or if they're just going to like can it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It can't exist in this day and age, like, because you have to replace him with a chick. Like, it is the law of put a chick in it and make her gay.
Lame and gay.
Yeah, but you can't replace Blade. It's just not happening.
Yeah. In a more positive Marvel, not really news, but more of like a bit of cheeseman. There is that thing going around. Apparently, they're gonna have Ryan Gosling for Ghost Rider.
Okay. I can go for that.
A decently
hang on, let me see if I can find
a leaker with a pretty decent track record. Just kind of said it.
Who was it?
Ryan Gosling is quite hot these days, even though the Stuntman movie did not do very well.
Oh, wait a minute.
What was that one? I don't remember that one.
Apparently it got community noted.
Oh, did it?
He did that one recently.
Yeah, the community note says Ryan Gosling has not been officially cast as Ghost Rider. Any official announcement would come directly from Marvel, and no such announcement has been made.
Oh, yeah. That's.
Not officially. More like a rumor, though. There is like an existing rumor that might be the case.
Did some site try to claim it as like a fact? Is that what it was? Like some other account?
Yeah, Puppety? Who's the leaker that you're referring to?
It wasn't them. It was someone else. I can't remember what the fuck their name was. But someone else had leaked it, and so people started getting excited about it. Yeah, no, I probably have a pretty decent track record of being right on quite a few things.
Most likely play ghostwriting in the MCU. Yeah, so just right now it seems to be a rumor that's floating around to different like news sites and whatnot, but nothing expressly confirmed. But that would be cool. It'd be a good move on Disney's part for sure. Because again, like you said, Ryan Gosling's pretty hot right now in terms of just media in general. You know, a lot of people like him. You know, he's coasting off of the Ken role, which was immaculate. So gotta appreciate it.
I love the fact that he won an Oscar over the chick. Like they're recording too, and they go, Ryan Gosling as Ken, and she's sitting there clapping, and you can tell she's fucking hating every second of this.
That was a beautiful Oscars moment. Because the movie was nominated in like quite a few categories, but the only Oscar it actually got was him as the supporting actor.
The Barbie movie for Ken, like
it's poetic almost, and like how
good.
And weren't there like a couple of news outlets like bitching about it, like calling it like misogynistic or whatever, that he was the only one who got like recognition on that.
It's so funny, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you, I watched that movie 3 times. I am confident that movie was intended to be secretly based from the beginning.
I think so too.
The writers knew what they were doing.
It almost felt like watching like an old Austin Powers movie or something like that, right? Where it's like it's
I'm
so...
a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that line had us absolutely on the floor, just dying when we watched it together in the Discord the first time. That shit was that was immaculate.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I miss movies like that, right? I want comedies like that again.
I think it was by accident. I really
think it was by accident?
The left just does not understand these things. There was I don't know if you've seen this. There was a wonderful clip by the horse lover himself, Vort, the other day. Where he was yelling at his chat like, "You shouldn't call Russian orcs, it's dehumanizing."
And
his chat goes like,
we were watching that last night. Yeah.
I've seen this. Calling them hogs and dehumanizing, it's like an animalization. It's like,
it's animalization, and you see the point drop into his head, and then he goes like, I'm just gonna ban you now. Like, beautiful.
Yeah,
here it is. I got it.
He's like,
because
of the audio.
Hang
that is the brilliant human reaction when somebody knows they're so fucking painfully wrong that they can't figure a way out of it, so they just kind of stop thinking and go, defensive mode, I hate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it. Hang on.
Guys, don't defend the orc thing. Come on. It's definitely not a race thing, though. It's a behavior thing about Russian soldiers. Then use any one of the billion terms that you can use to refer to people who do war crimes. Rather than orc, a term which is like literally you're a different race. I'm not defending it, but why would Vosh of all people be opposed to calling people orcs when he says it all the time? When do I call Russians orcs? Hogs? Sometimes I've called conservatives hogs. That's not literally like they're not people. It's a reuse or a recontextualization of centuries-old class dynamicism. When you call the bourgeoisie pigs, you're not literally like dehumanizing them. That's not how the rhetoric is employed. It's just like an animalization, or what is it? It's obviously not the same.
It's obviously not the same.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, I don't need to argue with you. I have the like incredible power of just banning people. If you really think that like Azov jerking off Twitter accounts calling every Russian an orc is the same as like saying cops are pigs or the bourgeoisie are pigs, you can just like leave the chat. I don't care.
Yes, the old faithful for the left. Exit the argument. You didn't win.
It's more like an animalization.
I'm not saying they're not human or anything.
I'm saying they're animals.
This is why I think the Barbie movie could be accident, because the left is capable of not thinking their political position through to this point.
So that was what I was thinking. It was either that, or it was intentionally intentionally made to be secretly, like an infiltration, right? And the reason why I'm leaning towards infiltration is some of the jokes are just too good. They're just way too good, and they're not just like, oh, this person just didn't realize they're being an idiot, and they're actually making us look like the good guy. It's very specifically like well-placed jokes in individual moments. And if you look at the entire plot, you take a step back and you look at it, like if it was just the entire plot, right? You'd be like, okay, well they just didn't get it, right? Like for example, like when the Barbies are like, okay, we're gonna take back Barbie Land, and the way they take it back is by separating the Kens fucking like re-brainwashing the Barbies, right? Like unironically, right? You have to separate them from the Kens. You have to like re-brainwash them, and then the end of the whole thing is that they're going to get the Kens to not vote by emotionally manipulating them into fighting each other. They take it the way that they get the Barbies away from the Kens is by taking advantage of their like good nature, and they even make like a point of it, like we want to help you, right? Like they're always eager to help, and it's very on the nose, right? But again, if it was just that, I'd be like, yeah, they just don't get it. They genuinely think they're the good guy to the point where they just don't realize it, right?
But it's
the jokes. It's the jokes that like really like specifically worded jokes that get me. It's the I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman? It's lines like that one. And there was another few of them. I just can't remember now. It's been a minute.
The bit where she compared the Kens like taking over the Barbies to like fucking like smallpox with Native Americans or some shit, right? Where they had no defense against it, so they got taken over.
There was where do the Kens live? Oh, I don't know. It's very little subtle things that kind of really like. It's like no, this was not accidental. This was like.
See,
the fact the Kens aren't even second class.
I could see an infiltrator sneak that past them. So what if we have this world in which like the Kens just exist as pretty things for the women? It'll be a great satire of male society, and they're like, because men have no power, women have because women have no power. Like
exactly. It's a lot of the jokes that are written in. I just don't think a leftist could write. I genuinely don't. They're too short and just legitimately funny and like really well. Yeah, they're very specific, and that's why I genuinely do not think that movie. Like I see your point, but I genuinely think that movie was like infiltrated. I don't think it was accidental.
I know they wrote that fucking little girl though. The one who's like just like we calling Barbie a fascist, like saying "Go white savior Barbie," all that shit. And it's like, oh
yeah.
But you know, my favorite bit about that movie, I think, even still to this day, is the fact is like, okay, so the Kens, in order for the story to progress, right, the Kens got to go in and take over Barbie Land, right? So how do we have them do that? Using their superior physical strength as the males of the society? No, that probably put a bad taste in everyone's mouth. We'll just have the Barbies just go along with it immediately.
Yeah.
The Ken like, and it's like we know Ken has no like brainwashing capabilities, right? He doesn't have any superpowers or fucking mind control or any of that shit. Idiot. So he somehow manages to just explain this shit to them, and takes over the entirety of Barbie Land in less than half a day. Like he does like a couple of hours.
Bloodlessly, no blood, takes over Barbie Land, and he like. When it's like, oh, how did you do this? Oh, I just explained to them patriarchy, and they were like, yeah.
And the Barbies all seem pretty happy with the turn of events too. Like none of them were like frowning. None of them seem like
none of them are homeless. They all get to live in the Ken's houses.
Yeah, exactly. Like it seems like an outright better situation.
Yep. And then also the like, oh my god, the Mojo Dojo Casablanca houses are like they're selling like crazy. They're
in the
flying
real world,
off the shelves in the real world the second it happened. It's almost like they predicted that people would love Ken.
Holy shit!
What merch did they actually sell for the actual Barbie movie? What merch did Mattel sell? I'm Knuff sweaters. I have one. Yep. I have one.
Yeah, I have one too. I got the shitty off-brand one, but I got one too.
They should have done it like you said, Jazz. They should have had, I don't know, Ken seeing a man slap a woman in the real world and go like, hold on, I can do that. At least then you could have made them look like the bad guys. But no, he just goes like, so patriarchy is pretty great. It's like, it gives us all wealth, skyscrapers, excellent society, and here's that sounds fantastic. Let's try that.
Well, that's the thing, because then they'd have to kill him. They couldn't redeem him. We went over the whole with Endeavor a minute ago, right? We were talking about they can't redeem bad guys. So if they show Ken being an actual straight up evil villain, then they'd have to kill him at the end. And I don't know if everyone would take that very well. would have been like wouldn't have gone with like the because they were still going for an overall like light tone with this movie. So
yeah.
So there was like they probably couldn't. Yeah, they had to avoid
the end
like
when
that
like
anyway.
the Kens were like, can we have at least one Supreme Court seat? And they were like, no.
We'll give you a circuit
one
court
day.
judge if you behave.
Yeah, maybe one day the Kens will have as much power as
Women do in the real world.
or something like that. Like
Yeah.
and it's just like in the real world, women have 4 out of the 9 Supreme Court seats in the U.S.
In the
But it's
real
not
world,
5,
we have
Rosa.
quotas for this.
Yeah.
It should be
Ironically.
5, Rosa. No, it should be 6.
But,
In fact, no, not
it
all
is-
9. Fuck off. No men
it is-
in the Supreme Court anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the movie is too like secretly like unironically based. And again, like when the whole thing was happening with like the Casablanca house,
Mhm.
they're like, oh, but like we're making so much money, and like Will Ferrell's like, well, no, this isn't about money.
Is it not? You're a corporation, right? Isn't that like the
Yeah,
whole
but Bruce,
point?
yeah. So yeah, it's the whole thing where it's like, oh, like this isn't about money, which is again, I think it's like a representation of like the modern like you know like modern like DEI bullshit. I genuinely, it's not.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, like all the stuff is on the nose, but then again, it's just like it's the very specific like little jokes that are just like there's just no way.
Yeah. I'm really hoping though, and like come back to Voss for a second, I'm really hoping that we end up like seeing this whole thing of his like on scrub quotes later. Because this is like this is the epitome of you didn't win, I'm taking my ball and going home. Fuck you. right at the end, I'll just ban you. Like, it's the most childish shit in the world.
I'm obviously right. I'm obviously right. If you disagree, I'll just ban you. I don't have to argue with you.
Fuck.
I'm not dehumanizing them. I'm just animalizing them.
That's too much.
So good.
It's unbelievably too much.
I'm not calling them literally animals. I'm referring to them as animals.
I'm not referring to them as a different race. They're non-human. I'm just calling them animals. It's different.
Okay, so I have a question to segue into the next one. Arch, you said you enjoy a good Souls game, right?
Yeah.
And have you played Elden Ring yet, or no?
No, I own it, and I'm just constantly sitting on it, looking at it like, I'll play you someday.
Okay. Then I suppose that means you would fall within the, it's 62% or so? Was it? Let's see. Yeah, 62% of Elden Ring players haven't beaten the boss you need to start the Shadow of the Erd Tree, which, since you have no context for this, in order to play the new DLC they're about to do this week? Is that this week?
Literally tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, yeah. So in order to actually get to the
bit
DLC,
over 24
and this,
hours.
yeah. So this is the thing they've done in previous Souls games, where you have to like get a certain ways in to get to whatever NPC or door, or whatever the fuck, actually gets you to the DLC area.
It's always been
this-
like, I feel like for all the DLC, it's never been like a main, like a side progress thing, right? It's always been like a for the most part kind of like you find this along the main progress.
True, but like
which makes sense.
DLC entrance. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it goes back and forth, right? Because I remember in DS1, in order to get to Ulasil, like you have to rescue Princess What's-Her-Face, and to do that, you have to kill
that is kind of a side thing, yeah.
Yeah, like in order to find her, you have to kill the golden crystal golem that's just randomly wandering around outside Seath's castle, which I think doesn't even appear until after like a certain boss is defeated. So it's real easy to miss the entrance to Ulasil.
Yeah.
I think the Bloodborne one was also kind of obscure because you have to like touch a random like dead old one or whatever the fuck to get to the old Hunters DLC.
No, so for the
Wasn't
Hunters DLC, you had to grab the thing after killing Vicar Amelia, and then once you had it, you had to get grabbed by an amygdala, and that's what made it like kind of slightly obscure.
Yeah.
But the amygdala's like really early in the game, and it's
But,
like in like
but-
mainline
but-
progression, and there's an item where it grabs you.
Yeah. I mean, because I forget, don't you have to like stand there for a minute to actually get it to grab you though, or does it just like immediately like once you pass by?
When you stand there, it tries to grab you almost like immediately, but
okay.
like, you have time to go there, grab the item, then step away. But if you stand there for any more than the amount of time it takes you to do that, then you probably will get grabbed.
Okay.
So someone could theoretically accidentally bumblefuck their way into that DLC, and that's a very likely thing.
Or they could, because I'm pretty sure that amygdala is like before Vicar Amelia, right? Like
Yeah.
you like the first, yeah. So they could get grabbed by it, get murdered by it, and then never like want to be
That's
grabbed by it
true.
again, and then they'd never find the fucking DLC, right? So it's like, yes, the Souls has that problem. We've been over this, where it's like a lot. You were just talking to somebody, you're arguing with on Twitter with somebody about
Yep.
this, where it's like Souls just has so much shit that
Souls
people would
game
never.
quests are very convoluted.
But- Yeah,
And in the
they'd
case of,
never
like-
fucking discover if not for the internet.
Yeah, in the case of something like because I watched a video actually kind of recently, someone explaining how people found the access to the Dark Souls 1 DLC.
Mhm.
And it was all just kind of a community thing. It was all like the community kind of figured it out like within like a day, right? And so and it kind of explained like what were the hints that kind of hinted there. Oh, there's something new here, right? Because this was here before and that was there before, but this wasn't. Stuff like that. So people, over time, are like, hey, this is a new thing. Did someone mention it online? People go and look into it, right? The more people start looking into it, the more people eventually find all of the new things until they figure out how it goes together. Right? We've seen Destiny has like massive like ARG puzzles, even with like real world stuff, right? And the community figures it out. Yeah, dude, Destiny used to do these all the fucking time, and they were awesome. But
That sounds kind of cool.
yeah, but in the case of like Elden Ring, the game is fucking massive, right? So
Incredibly much.
you could theoretically bumblefuck your way through everything by yourself in the case of Dark Souls, because for the most part, it's just kind of Dark Souls is it's what I like to call a 3D Metroidvania with like RPG elements. That's what a Souls-like is at the end of the day, right? And you can just kind of go through all the different tunnels back and forth until you figure out, hey, that thing wasn't there before, and you can do
what's
all
where
the
and what.
things. And some stuff is time gated, which is annoying, right? But again,
Exactly,
you can
yeah,
figure it
yeah.
out pretty quickly, right? In
There's
the
the added
case of
problem
Elden
of
Ring,
like time gate in Elden Ring. Like the whole thing is like, depending on what you do and how you move through the world, you might fuck up like 10 different quest lines without even realizing that you did, because you were just playing the game as
there's
you would.
NPCs you might just never see, and even if you do see them, you might have already been to where they moved to and just had not go back there because it's like middle of fucking nowhere, right? And some of them are a bit more easy to find because they're like right by like what do you call them? They're, like
a
right
grace
by
or
like
something.
like graces and stuff like that. Yeah. And some of them even have markers, right? And those you can figure out on your own. But for the most part, I just like it. It takes the Dark Souls system of quests, which is already kind of convoluted, and it's fine. I don't have a problem with this. But it convoluted to a much higher degree, where the majority of people are just not going to do that. And in the case of Dark Souls, people typically will do multiple playthroughs, and you're kind of encouraged to, right? Because when you do multiple playthroughs, you get like higher level equipment, you get like +1, +2 rings, Dark Souls 3, right?
Etc.
In the case of Dark Souls 2, it's just a straight up new game. You have new enemies and stuff, right?
But we would say that like this particular case is especially fucked up because the
you're not gonna do that in Elden Ring. It's such a fucking long game. But the average player is not gonna play the game a second time, right?
Yeah. So in particular, so to give you some context on this, Arch, the DLC area, they explained that in order to reach it, you have to kill 2 bosses. One is a mainline boss that you absolutely have to fight to beat the game. And the other one is an optional boss that is fairly deeply into an optional quest line that you can fuck up along the way by accident if you don't do shit in the right sequence of events. Yeah, you have to fight Radon because he's one of the guys that has the well, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how any of the because he's one of the ones bearing the like part of the rune, right? The Great Rune.
Well, you only need 2 Great Runes to go to the
do you only need 2?
city. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess maybe you don't have to fight Radon. Well, I mean,
he is a story guy. He is one of the remembrance bosses. So typically people will do him as part of like their runs, right?
Yeah. He's required in so much as he could be party. Yeah, but he could be one of them. So he's like required in that way. He's pseudo required, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But the other one, Moog, who is like under the map, because there's like a whole second map under the overworld map, kind of like a Tears of the Kingdom sort of thing, almost. But that guy is an optional boss at the end of like fairly deep into an optional quest line that you can do. And you can fuck it up along the way by doing things in the wrong sequence. And the boss in question is pretty tough. I'd say most people would say he's like in the higher end of the difficulty of like all the bosses in the game. So
he's pretty up there in the scaling.
Yeah. So to this end, only 62% of players, I think on Steam, I think it's a Steam metric, have not defeated this boss that you need to defeat to get to the DLC.
We don't know if this metric includes all players that are currently on the game or just all players that have touched the game. And the thing with big games like this, a lot of people like. I used to work at GameStop, right? Like I know how people operate, and through the mere exposure effects, people will pick up a game that is popular just because they keep hearing about it, so they want to try it, and then they'll pick it up. It won't be for them, and they'll just never play it again, right? So that number could very easily be really, really inflated compared to the actual player base of the game.
It's guaranteedly the latter, because there's going to be a percentage of people like me, I'm an example of this, who bought it, never even booted it up.
Yep.
Well, there you go. Oh, hang on. Arch's current D&D game is done. Would you guys consider starting one? Feel like this group wouldn't infight so much. I mean, like I told him earlier, I'd be down.
Hey, Arch, what do your Mondays look like?
I was about to say, it's like, I was about to say, it's like, do you want to join our campaign? Like Rosa got mad at me for inviting too many people, but like, I feel like you'd fit right in our current fucking Dread Plane excursion thing we're doing. If you want to.
I'm mostly full up with commitments these days, but thank you for the invitation.
That's fair. I mean, hey, but if you ever like feel like you want to do a D&D thing and you ever need some extra people, I'm always down. And I don't know about Rosa. Rosa doesn't like. Yeah, Rosa doesn't like to be a player. She likes to be a DM. But, yeah.
It's not that I don't like being a player. I love being a player. I'm just really bad at it. Like when I used to come home from work every day, and then all my attention is dedicated towards keeping myself entertained for the rest of the night. Like, yeah, I could focus on D&D. But ever since I started doing streaming, and so all of my work is at my fingertips when I'm at my computer, I can't help it. I'm a workaholic. The entire time I'm playing, and I feel bad because there's a couple friends that DM for me, and I feel bad because every time I'm playing with them, I'll be the second it's not my turn, I'll get distracted and start working on something, and it'll be my turn, and I'll be like, huh, what happened? What's going on?
Well, to be fair, I do a little bit of that too, like dicking around in Star Rail or something when I'm not the active person, which isn't actually all that often since Tanner has become such a major player in the story, so. I end up having to be pretty involved in the sessions anyway, but, whenever I can take a small breather, I'm dicking around Star Rail or whatever. But yeah, all that aside, I mean, again, as far as D&D goes, Arch, if you ever want to do something, all you gotta do is let us know and we'll talk about it.
Sure.
But yeah, getting back to this for a second, this is, I do think it's pretty funny that, just because this is a $40 damn DLC. This is a premium DLC. This thing's $40 fucking dollars, and it's pretty hard to get to.
Completion is on PlayStation.
Yeah, I would be curious.
You can keep going. I'll let you know what the Moog trophy completion percentage is on PlayStation. Yeah, go on.
But it does seem to kind of go hand in hand with the Souls the overall Souls mentality between it seems like both the devs and the players at this point, where it's just fuck you for fuck you's sake at a point, up to a point.
Hold on. So there's a reason why for this, and it's because basically every single time that there's a game out, the elitist mindset players are like, oh, it's too easy. And I made a post on this recently.
You were talking about because you agreed with that one, because one of the
I was saying how
right?
I didn't agree with the journalists. Obviously, I haven't played the fucking DLC yet. But I can totally see myself agreeing with the journalists after the DLC is done, after I'm done with it. Because that's kind of the direction that Elden Ring's been going in. And just
what exactly did he say again?
From soft games in general. That the difficulty was ridiculous. And again, I could see that being the case. Considering what the fucking difficulty spike and enemy stats looks like for Elden Ring, and it's not an enemy difficulty, right? It's not an enemy actual the movesets are more extreme, or the enemies are faster, blah 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 blah. It's just sheer fucking numbers, dude. They the scaling about 2/3 into the game jumps by over 100% from the original value. Between one area and another area, literally, just immediately, it just jumps. The difficulty just spikes, right? And by difficulty, quote unquote, I mean enemy HP and damage, which is why you're forced to grind the extra level so you can get your health up, right? So that you're not just trailing behind and getting fucking 1 to 2 shotted by literally everything. Like, there's a lot of issues with the scaling and just the way that they decide to do difficulty in Elden Ring, and a lot of things that seem to be just generally anti-player decisions just to make the game harder for really no reason, because at the end of the day, like, as I made in my point on Twitter, doesn't matter how much, like, enemy, like, input reading they put in, doesn't matter how much they inflate the fucking, like, the number values to, like, artificially make the game harder. When you figure out the basic combat of a Souls game, once you've wired your brain to the fucking control scheme and you can just react to things in real time because you're that used to playing the game, it doesn't matter. So you're just making the game more of a sludge of just like oh, I'm just feeding a bullet sponge for a few more minutes than normal for no reason, because you're gonna get through it all the same. It's not gonna be any harder. It's just gonna be more tedious. And that's all they're doing with their game. They're just making it more tedious, while also eliminating some of the cooler elements of the game, like the core gameplay, and just generally lowering the like level of quality for a more quantity approach. Again, just more stuff to kind of trudge through. Let me go. Yeah, I've been saying it like since the fucking beginning, dude. Like that is what this game is. It is a quantity over quality like version of Dark Souls. By the way, the number of players, the percentage of players that have beat Mo on the PlayStation is 35.2%.
You said 35?
35.2%. So the number is actually about
pretty
a little
comparable.
lower. Yeah, pretty comparable.
Shit.
Which makes sense. Console's typically the platform where you have the most like normies that will just buy a game because it's popular and they don't think about it.
Yeah, and then get bounced by the fucking tree sentinel or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, wow, this game sucks, and then they'll just never play it again. Wow, everyone says this game's good, but this game's terrible. I had so many people like that when Elden Ring came out. Bought the game because everyone like says it's awesome, but like this game's too hard. It's stupid. I'm returning it day 2.
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Arch? I've never been like too pressed by the fucking, the die-hard hyper fucking sweat elites that want the hardest Souls games and whatever, right? Like I've never been too pressed about all that sort of thing because it's a single player game. At the end of the day, I can just enjoy it for myself and have my fun and let that be that. But oh,
I agree. So long as I'm happy with playing through it. That's fine. Like I'm the kind who would prefer to turn off the whole invasion system entirely, because I'm like, I just want to be in the world, and I want some rando coming around peeing on me for no reason.
That's why I have a hard time wanting to play Elden Ring without the seamless co-op mod anymore. It's just like it's so nice. It's just me and like whoever it is I invite, and we just seamlessly go through the world. Don't have to worry about any of the bullshit.
Yeah, but don't you also not get invaded as long as you don't have like a great rune equipped or something?
As long as you don't, because the thing with Elden Ring is they made the invasion system different, so you can't just get invaded anywhere or anytime. You can only get invaded if you're doing multiplayer.
Oh, that was it, right? Yeah. So as long as you're playing the game solo, then you are truly playing solo, and you're not worried about, well, unless it's like an NPC invader that's like, just a robot coming at you. So.
Why are you
it's like a story like that.
Too? I literally last night, Acumen said, why are you describing Dark Souls 2? I literally last night punched the final boss of Dark Souls 2 to death. With my bare fist, not even like case this or anything. I just fisted her to death, and it did not take a ridiculous amount of time. I did it in a pretty reasonable amount of time. Maybe like a little bit slower than I would have with a weapon.
Yeah, that's pretty goofy. I'm sorry, what'd you say a second ago, Arch?
No, nothing. I just said it was a good change.
Yeah, I mean, just giving people the opportunity to not have to deal with invaders who are like more often than not coming in with weird ass gimmick builds that just kill you instantly, like from one hit or some stupid shit like that, right?
Especially in a game like Elden Ring, where it's built around gimmick builds, like it's scaled up to gimmick builds.
Yeah. So, all in all, I guess we'll see for ourselves next week once how the DLC actually pans out. I'm still really excited about the fact they put like martial arts in the fucking game. We were looking at the game footage they released, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and we commented on how like Arch, have you ever seen like the weird like mods, the PC mods, where they just straight up put like anime like flying around like DMC style shit in the game for the
like
characters?
AOT stuff, AOT mods, yeah.
Nope. Can't say I have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they just go like hyper goofy, like your character can fly and like shoot lasers and like do
jump around, do like spin
punch
kicks,
beams,
and,
all that shit, right?
Straight up
And
like
it's-
anime shit that people have modded with the game. And they've basically added that stuff, but like
toned down
you know,
to be a little
official.
more reasonable.
Toned down like more reasonable, but they basically added that stuff into the game. You say
Plus, it
toned
seems
down,
like
it feels
they're-
like very like jagged like anime-esque animations.
Well, true, but they're not like you're not like literally flying through the air and shit like they are in the mods. Plus, it also looks like they're doing more with throwing weapons, which I mean that's definitely pretty interesting. Like the throwing knives seem to have like there's like a whole move set around that now. We saw a dude like throw a fucking
Dev sent
axe,
me
like a small axe was thrown like, in one of the trailers, so that looked pretty cool too. So I'm interested to see how all that plans out. I missed DS1 Ninja Havels. The Ninja Havels were some goofy shit.
8 new weapon groups, so not weapons, just weapon groups.
Yeah, new categories, which is
95
wild.
new weapons.
God damn.
10 new shields. 39 new talismans. 14 new sorceries. 28 new incantations. 25 new Ashes of War. And 30 new armor sets.
That's, I mean, shit, you're getting your money's worth. At the very least. So I think they said the new area is going to be about the size of like Limgrave or something.
Yeah,
which is like the first landmass in the game.
They were going for a more quality over quantity, like a more densely packed approach for this DLC.
Yeah, I hear there's
so
like
I'm
levels.
hoping that'll
like,
be the case,
up
but
and
we'll
down.
see.
I hope so too. I think it's gonna be a good time regardless, because yeah, I'm just hanging out with you playing a Souls game. We always have fun when we do that, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Aside from that, I don't know if we have very many other stories. I mean, there is also we were talking about the community notes, and apparently YouTube is deciding to take a cue from Twitter on this one, and YouTube is launching its own version of community notes for videos, which I mean that sounds good. I do wonder like if this is going to be abused at all in terms of like, you know, the political ongoing battles on YouTube between, you know, kind of like content creators like yourself, Arch, and, you know, like the far leftist ones. Like, are they going to start trying to community note each other on like, it's like, no, you're wrong because of this or that, the other, whatever the fuck, right? And of course, YouTube itself is kind of more left leaning as a platform, so that might be kind of shit in the long run if that ends up being how it's being used, or if they're actually just going to be, you know, reasonable and accurate with that sort of thing. I don't know. It's
one of the things that is important to note out here is that Twitter actually had the idea for community notes long before Elon. It was actually under the previous one, the Android, that they were talking about this. But nobody used it. It became very unpopular because the people who were asked to do it were mostly people who were invited to the program as a small select circle. And nobody really was too bothered to put in the free labor to do so. Elon opened it to the masses, so that now theoretically anyone can be a part of it. And it has proven yet again that the silent majority English, is on our side. But initially, it was intended as a small group of moderated individuals. And YouTube is a much more left-wing platform. Like, for example, can you imagine if Star Wars put up a movie about the Acolyte, like, streaming now, The Acolyte, a critically acclaimed Star Wars show, and underneath it, it's a community note, yeah, but 85% of the fans fucking hate it. There would be so many angry phone calls to YouTube headquarters.
Yeah, you see the critically acclaimed part, and there's right under that, it's like, this is actually the lowest rated Star Wars show that Disney has ever made.
Like there'll be a phone shaped like Mickey Mouse on YouTube's desk, just ringing off the hook 5 seconds later.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm assuming. Like, if this were more like a Twitter sort of thing where it's controlled by someone like Elon, who's a little more like impartial. I mean, obviously more right leaning, but more as far as community notes go, impartial as long as they're trying to be accurate and you know actually tell people the truth about shit.
No one can
but
apply
yeah.
for it.
Yeah, but the way YouTube is and how it goes, like, I don't know, it feels like this is pretty ripe for abuse in general. And I do worry for the content creators like yourself, Arch, who might end up being at the mercy of these fucking community notes coming at you. If they're coming from, the YouTube internal whoever the fuck, right?
Just want infinite community notes saying Vosh like horses. Just out under every single Vosh video.
Like,
that would be pretty funny.
Bullying.
Things off
That is bullying. That is abuse of power.
In that video where he goes like, I'm just calling them pigs. That's not dehumanizing them. It's animalizing them. There'd be a community. No, actually, this means the same thing. There would be a lot of screeching.
Yeah.
Because community notes is also like a voted by community thing, right? Like in order for a community note to actually be placed on a tweet, like people have to, enough people have to vote for it to be like.
That's how it works right now. Now anyone can technically join in and start community noting, which is why the most popular thing wins out.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume, hopefully, that they do a similar thing with YouTube, but I'm just wondering if they'd actually stick by whatever is the highest voted community note. Like, would they honor that? If it ends up being something that doesn't go along with like what they wanna promote. Well, that's the question.
Yeah. They might try a community note the way Twitter intended it originally. A heavily curated group for people who say the correct things.
In other words, fucking worthless. Garbage.
The fucking dipper,
completely pointless.
This is worthless.
Yeah, exactly. Like at that point, community notes is just propaganda. More propaganda for you. Yeah.
Yay!
But I guess we'll see. I mean, again, this is just is launching its own version. I don't see anything about like when this is happening or what exactly the plan is, if there's gonna be like a beta for it or any of that shit. But I guess we'll see in the coming days how that all shakes out. Oh, maybe I'll be wrong. One can only hope, but the way things go, right? It's just it's hard to not be extremely cynical when stuff like this comes out.
Okay.
With
There's two more topics left. There's the Bloodborne seaport.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about that. It's just that apparently Miyazaki, our FromSoft man, has apparently gone on record saying that where is it? Ah, there it is.
Did you read the whole thing?
Oh, I did not actually. You know,
go read it. There is more context to it than the headline.
Well, why don't you head up the story for once, since you already read it?
It's on your.
Go ahead. Do you want me to put it up for you? Do you want me to actually go to the open article for you? All right, because I want you to do this one.
Yeah.
Sitting there like a lump.
So the like a lump.
Like a lump. Yeah, people used to say that. Means you're being useless.
So the long and short of it is that the person over at what is it, PC Gamer?
Mm-hmm.
After asking like other questions, right, the typical stuff, right? Because he was interviewing him for the Elden Ring DLC. He was like, oh, like if I don't ask this, I'll get in trouble, right? He tried to frame it in a way because like people have asked him about Bloodborne in the past. He's kind of give very like vague answers, right?
They'll never stop until it's actually ported to PC. They will never fucking stop. Lumi being like chief among them, right? Like Lumi is bearing a fucking flag at the front of that particular mob. So.
Yeah. So in the past, he said, unfortunately, and I've said this in other interviews. It's not my place to talk about Bloodborne specifically, right? So this guy tried a different approach by making himself sacrificial lamb, quote unquote. So he led the question by acknowledging that he knows that From Software doesn't own Bloodborne. Obviously, Sony does. But everyone wants to know if he, Miyazaki himself, would personally like to see Bloodborne come to PC someday. He was like, oh, yeah, like I'll get in trouble if I don't ask this. Right? And what he said specifically was, I know for a fact these guys, as in like referencing to the producer and the interpreter that were with him, want Bloodborne PC port, right? And, if I say I want one, I'll get in trouble as well, but it's nothing I'm opposed to. So he's down he's open to the idea of them making a PC port of Bloodborne.
Mhm.
It's just not up to him. He just has really like no, So he continues
Anybody
on
got
to
a
say,
guess as to who it might be up to?
"Man, I wonder, oh man."
I wonder who could be fucking this over for everybody.
But he says that obviously, as one of the creators of Bloodborne, my personal, pure honest opinion is I'd love more players to be able to enjoy it, especially as a game that is now coming of age. One of those games of the past that gets lost on older hardware. I think any game like that, it'd be nice to have an opportunity for more players to be able to experience that and relive this relic of the past. So as far as I'm concerned, it's definitely not something I'll oppose to. That's basically what he said. And this got me thinking.
Yeah.
The relic of the past conversation specifically is what got me thinking, right? Because there's going to be a point where Sony, let's be real, the reason why they haven't moved it to PC is because it still sells PlayStations. I worked at GameStop. I know people that have walked in and they're like, hey, I don't care. Don't sell me on anything. I don't really care about any of this stuff. I just want a PlayStation. Give me the cheapest one. I just want to play Bloodborne.
Oh, they're going to buy PS4s for Bloodborne.
Or PS5s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so some people buy the PS5. Most people, for the most part, buy PS4s, though. And, they're still making and selling PS4s. It's still like a thing they're still doing. They're still making games for PS4s. And so...
Well, yeah, obviously, because of the PS5 shortage, so... Like, they're leaving a shit ton of money on the table if they're not...
I don't know if they're still producing PS4s. I know they still were for a good while. I don't know at this point. It's been a while. It's been over a year since I worked at GameStop, close to 2. But I know that there was some places in the area that were still getting new ones. And so, like, there were still like a few new ones in circulation. But again, I don't know at this point. But obviously, this is a game that still sells consoles. That's really what it kind of comes down to. Most of the other games are like story-driven games, and people will like, oh, I'll just, it's not a big deal. I'll just like watch someone play it, right? But you don't really get the story of. You can get the story of Bloodborne, but you don't get the experience of playing Bloodborne through watching someone play it. And so it's just a game that still sells consoles. And the only way that I could see them being like, okay, fine, we'll move it to PC, is if there is literally no way for the game to be played anymore, as Miyazaki said, if it gets lost to past generation consoles. And even then, I just can't see it going to PC. I can see them making a Blue Point remake of the game before they do that.
Yeah, it's just the typical Sony situation, huh? But I am kind of confused though as to why it just seems to be Bloodborne that is like under this fucking curse that it seems to be under, because they've been making more moves to put more exclusives onto PC, right? Even though they are also pushing their fucking PlayStation Plus on top of it, or PlayStation account, whatever. Like, because we got the announcement about God of War Ragnarok. Obviously, the first God of War game is already on there. Spider-Man got ported over. Spider-Man 2 will probably be announced at some point for a PC port. And Helldivers is like, I guess, primarily a PlayStation thing, but like, we all remember the fucking the whole like situation with the PlayStation accounts and the 180 countries and all that shit, right? But like, even with that whole PlayStation account thing mucking things up, like, why not? Like people have been like, this is the one game that people will not shut the fuck up about as far as
that's
PC
exactly
port.
why.
That does make it a system seller. Like, I think Rosa's onto something
you're literally explaining why. Bloodborne is a PS4 seller, and you know what else is a PS5 seller? Demon Souls remake. People bought PS5s just for Demon Souls remake, and they know that game sold extremely fucking well.
Okay, so it's all
according
to Kotaku.
I think they're just holding on to the IP, right? Letting the tension for it build up, letting the hype, the desire for it build up, right?
I mean, at this point, it's been like a decade.
Until they literally, but they're still making money off of it. Until they literally can't make any more money off of Bloodborne because, it's on old consoles. And they're gonna be like, oh my god, PS6 launch game, Bloodborne remake by Blue Point.
Mm.
For the record, by the way, if that happens, I called it.
Okay. We'll fucking we'll mark this down. We'll make absolutely sure, and you'll get your little fucking Nostradamus badge if this should happen to come to pass.
Yeah, like the more you explain how much people want it, the more I'm like, yeah, exactly. They know that.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I suppose that is what it is, and we'll see where it goes if it should happen to go anywhere in our fucking lifetime. At this rate, I'm dubious on that, but yeah.
Well, you're
we'll
old.
see.
You're both old. I'll make it.
We're both.
I'll
pretty
win.
old. Actually, Arch, you're older than me, right?
I don't know. How old are you?
31.
Then I am older than you, yes.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
There you go. Couple of old men.
We're not that fucking old, though. Come on.
You're old. You're basically grandparents.
We're middle-aged. Fuck out of here. Wait, actually,
Okay.
no. Middle age starts at like 40, right?
No. I like the way you put it. That's yeah, middle aged.
Well, because like the average human lifespan could be like 100
from the
years.
Middle Ages, more like
Oh my god.
ancient boys. There's one last story, which is the former tech employee.
Can I trade you Dev for Rosa? Would you mind?
I don't think you want Dev. He's far worse than he seems.
I mean, you see what I'm dealing with right here, right? Like, there's no way it could be this bad.
You still have a D&D campaign.
He's got you there.
Okay, listen. I say we do like a 2-week trial run, and we'll see how we feel at the end of it.
He's got you there.
Fucking hell. I mean, not like you haven't tried to kill all of us several times by now. I'm sure you'll succeed eventually.
Hey, that's not true. I'm not an antagonistic DM. I just like to torture you guys and keep you alive.
Ah, but not antagonistic. That's not what it just means.
No, I don't want to kill you. I guess, okay, I'm not murderous. I'm psychopathic? I don't know.
Sociopathic, perhaps. At any
Arch knows the
rate.
big words. Arch, help.
Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies. That's all I heard.
Brilliantly put. Well done. All right. Well, with that, I think that's pretty much everything. I mean, there was also the.
There is the former kick employee.
Oh, do we want to go over that? I don't really know much about Kick, but yeah, sure, we can go over this real quick. Sounds like there's quite a rap sheet here. Let's see. Former Kick employee has been accused of.
Oh, there's a video.
Oh, there is a video. Should we watch the video first, or should I read the tweet first?
I guess read it first, and then we'll watch the video. It's fucking 2 minutes long.
Former Kick employee is accused Kick of using the hard R and F slur in the office. Okay.
So by hard R, do they mean retard or the other one?
I'm pretty sure
I almost said it.
You know, actually, I'm not sure. I would assume the other one, right?
Yeah, I assume it's the latter, but like we had that incident with what's his face, the fucking with Linus, where he was just like, oh yeah, do you just remember like back in the day when everyone used to say the hard R, and like everyone's just like, Linus, what? It's like, yeah, we all used to say it all the time. It was like, Linus, what do you Linus? What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, the word they used to like describe the like people with like mental disabilities, and you can hear the collective sigh in the room.
Okay, so the way I see it is like there's the R slur and then there's the hard R slur, and that's how you know which one's which, right? That's what I'm.
Ironically,
that's
the
how
hard R slur is the one with the lowercase r.
Regardless, so far, so based.
Okay.
Right, agreed.
Yeah, okay, I'll continue. Deliberately misgendering trans streamers. Mm-hmm.
Triple based.
Bragging about decimating Jake Future's rate.
Who's that?
His rate? I don't know. What was his viewership rate, or
Who's Jake
what
Future?
rate? I guess a Kick streamer, like a bigger one, I would assume. There's too many fucking streamers to keep track of at this
Sounds like
point.
90 more.
Everyone's a fucking streamer these days. So, exploiting a Twitch streamer's likely Kaide? I assume that's how it's pronounced.
Kaide? What is a
I think-
fucking Kaide? The more foreign words
Her
they
name, I
use,
think.
the more I think based.
I think that's her name. I explained
Yeah,
to
like
Twitch streamers
her-
cancer to try and get her to stream on Kick. How do you exploit someone's cancer to do that? What does it even mean?
Also, what the fuck is Steak? Is there another streaming platform now? What is Steak? Hang on.
I think it's time for us to play that video.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'm just curious. Steak streaming platform? Steak UFA.
The answer is yes.
Stake.com launches new streaming platform Kick. Oh! I guess
I
Stake. I guess Kick is under Stake. Stake's like the rights
Parent
holder
company?
for Kick or something. I guess. Yeah, parent company. That's the word. Wait, fuck. Where'd I put it? Oh, here we go. All right. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here.
The F point as far as to just consistently hearing the F slur, and not even just in jest, like as a joke. It was specifically, targeted towards people that it was supposed to discriminate against. Even so much as to walk past the socials room, the guys that run the, Kick streaming and Kick community, and hear the N-word just dropped. Hard R. And I'm like, what is this office? How? And they had the executive, like the upper management was in the room. I even remember seeing a couple of people in my team laughing because they were deliberately misgendering transgender streamers. There's a creator on Kick who got a contract through one of the bigger streamers. This creator has special needs, and we gave him a contract out of good faith and the fact that this bigger streamer was quite a fan of him. So when I asked about this streamer's contract renewal, he had a smirk on his face and goes, "I decimated his rate." And this was apparently fucking hilarious because everybody else in the room laughed. I said, well, what did you put it down to? And he proceeded to then brag about the fact that he got him on a below market cent rate for an English streamer. We were talking about the fact.
That's
so
fucked
rate.
up.
So rate is like what he's being paid then?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because so that they brought the streamer in on like a contract based on someone else's recommendation, like a bigger streamer that's already on the platform.
Right.
And this streamer's special needs, and then they basically just kind of scummed him into basically taking like a lower pay rate than what is even the average.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds kind of fucked.
Yeah, just taking advantage of the guy being like special needs.
Okay.
Mean, but I also
Well,
kind of have to
unproven.
say that's business.
That is true as well.
And also
Nothing
unproven, right?
illegal,
So-
asshole is sure.
Get a very beloved Twitch streamer over to Kick to stream Steak as well. Just for context, this particular streamer had been publicly battling cancer recently. So they decided to utilize that in their strategy to get this person over. The conversation very quickly became quite sinister. The quote that I remember hearing was, "We can get her on Kick streaming Steak for a relatively low price because she probably thinks she's going to die soon and she'll want to leave more money for her family." They don't care about pedophiles on the platform. Like this guy right here, I had to fight tooth and nail to get this guy off. This is something I went into detail in the other video, but yeah, fought so hard to get this guy off, and he told two 14-year-old girls.
By the way, she should probably refrain from phrasing it like that. I know it's a serious cover, but come on, like the way she said it, it's like, I'm sorry.
I
Like,
keep trying to get
just-
him off, but he's only into younger chicks. God damn it, Jazz.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, you heard the phrase. March, back me up here. You heard the phrasing, right?
Oh yeah, she was trying very hard to get him off, but sometimes
he wasn't hard
it just
enough.
doesn't happen.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
He wanted to do something sexual to them, and he even included their age in the proposition. I mean, if you haven't seen the video, it's so heinous, it's so wrong, and the fact that everyone there could watch it almost with a grin on their face. There were staff members who were defending it, saying that it was a joke. That was actually one of the first times I was like, I have to walk away. If this guy stays on the platform, I have to go. Child endangerment, like having children on the platform.
Oh, I guess that's it. That's a weird cutoff point, but that's the whole thing.
That's it. Yeah, that last bit again, like if true, is that's pretty fucked. Not a fan of that.
Yeah, and obviously the special needs thing. That's kind of fucked up too.
That one's kind of fucked up, but like as Arch said, that one is kind of just business. Like, that's just kind of the way it is. It's sad, but if you are special needs, hell, even if you aren't special needs, even if you're just an idiot, you should get, like, a legal representative to help you with all of your contract stuff, always. And, like, again, if you're aware of the fact that you're special needs especially, right, you should get that help, right, 100%. You need to have someone represent you that is, like, of able mind to basically negotiate for you. Like, that, I hate to say it, but, like, then, yeah, that's kind of just logical, right? That's what you expect. The company's purpose is to make money. They're not going to toss you a bone. The like keeping a pedophile on bit, again, if true, that's just fucking vile. Like that's usually where I draw the line on most things. Yeah, like the thing with like the cancer patient, that's like whatever, right? Again, that's her decision to make. That's what she wants to do. Like it's not necessarily like a leverage thing. It's more of like a hey, here's an opportunity to make some more money before you go. Does it sound heinous? Yeah, sure, but is it realistic? Yeah, absolutely. The only one of all of those really just getting me is, again, that last one. The one that's not listed on there. Her, like, trying to get the fucking pedophile off. Again, like, if the dude's actually, like, a disgusting... actually did that. Tried to, like, solicit some girls for, like, whatever. Fully knowing that they're underage. Like, even as a joke, it's just nasty. Like, that's usually where I draw the line.
Fair enough. I would say not terribly like surprising as far as Kick is concerned, because I know Kick has always been kind of iffy in general.
Wood chipper? Yeah, wood chipper, absolutely. Like
Stake is a gambling website.
That's the one place where it's just like
Twitch banning gambling.
I don't care. I'll bat against like anybody. Doesn't matter what side they're on. There was the classic. The lolicons are just rightoid pedophiles statement. Again, chat with nuance, right? Not all of them.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the same thing. It's just like I have a meme on my computer. I made a new folder just for whatever I really want to piss everyone off at the same time. If I'm ever just in the mood.
You're pretty good at
that. But I have a meme in there that it's like the two like it's like Arnold and I forgot what the other guy's name is, like handshaking, right? The fucking handshake meme. Yeah. And then on one side it says lolicons, the other side it says trans, like trans community, and then the middle it's like it's normalizing pedophilia.
Oh god.
That's what they're shaking on.
Fuck yeah, that's pretty incendiary, I would say. That's gonna turn a few heads over on Twitter for sure.
I'm saving it for if I ever really want to just be like, all right, let's just see how many people get pissed off at once.
Full scorched earth. All right. Yeah, holy shit, man. That's quite a
Everything
rap
else
sheet.
is just base though. Everything else, I'm just like, yeah, everything else is fine. It's that last one that gets me.
Suppose it'll be what it'll be.
That's everything, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's that Nintendo Direct. I don't know if either of you actually checked that out or not.
I did not.
No? Arch,
Are you a Nintendo boy, Arch?
Nope. I've just heard that apparently it was good. Like, okay.
Yeah,
I'll accept that as a statement made.
Yeah, in terms of, I mean, I'm probably most excited for the fact they announced a new Mario and Luigi, like the RPG series. Like, I played the first ones that were on the DS, Superstar Saga and Partners in Time, where they had like the baby versions of themselves as well. Those games were pretty solid, a lot of fun. And the new one looks really, really nice. They got like a new sort of pseudo 3D art style on it. And looks good. Check it out. They also announced Metroid Prime 4, which I know a lot of people have been screaming for that for a pretty long time. New Mario Party that looks pretty good, and a new Zelda game in which you're going to play as Zelda instead of Link. So that was of particular note, I would think.
I did see the left going like, oh my god, the chuds are going to be screaming over this. Like, a long-established female character playable? I don't know. I don't think a whole lot of people are going to be that upset about it, but...
I'm good.
No
I'm
one's
good with
mad.
it.
Chuds
No one's
like
mad?
playing women. They usually play women in games, as a matter of fact.
shit, I often play the female hunter in Monster Hunter because I like I like doing the female armor sets.
Yeah, there's that one meme that was going around, I think, like last month, where it's just like women when making their characters, it's like a picture of like a hot woman, and it's like men when making their characters, also a picture of a hot woman.
Picture of a hot woman, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Listen, if I'm
or not even just like a hotter woman. Every time.
Exactly.
Classic World of Warcraft meme. So I'm going to be staring at somebody's ass, so I'm going to make it a female one.
That's exactly what I was about to say. 100%. Might as well. But yeah, but I mean, that's all that really bears. Like, the rest of the direct was like a shit zillion JRPGs. They're doing. I know the Danganronpa people are doing a new thing, and so I'm sure some people are excited about that. Yeah, that's about it. Mostly JRPGs and some first party
reveal
things.
streams. Did that happen within the last week? Or was that the week before?
I mean, we talked about the Sony
Doom,
the state of we talked about Doom. We talked about the state of play. Yeah, we definitely talk about the Xbox show because I remember us going over.
Arch, you excited for the new Life is Strange?
Not really.
Oh, is that your
I'm
thing?
sure Dev will be.
Oh. What about the new Dragon Age? I remember you had a whole video on it. Surely that needs
God, Dragon Age is like, it's the archetypical raped franchise. They're playing like now it's some fucking third-person goddamn hack and slash game too. Not only have they made all of the characters ugly, they've taken away the strategy elements as well.
I mean, to be honest,
I'm generally just sad about Dragon Age.
I can't say I'm super invested. I only played like some of Dragon Age 2. That's like all I've ever played of that series, but I know a lot of people are severely disappointed in what we saw of that trailer. I don't know
It used to be one of my favorite games. I used to love
Origins
Dragon
is the good one, 2 is the okay one. Inquisition's like
bad.
Really mid, basically shit one. And then now we have
played
this.
a lot of Origins. I think I've cleared that game like 5 times. It's a great RPG.
Damn. Yeah, I am sorry for your loss, though. If you want, we can hold a service later on for Dragon Age. If you want to say anything in loving memory.
It's been dying for a while, but it's officially dead. Grandma's gone. Yeah. We have an open casket. It's like Grandma's just there, like, I'm still alive. I'm just gay now. It's just like shh.
Yeah, if you want, I went ahead and put an order in with the dancing Africans to bring the casket over to the hole. If you want to just be good. I'm sorry. It's just you gotta laugh to keep from crying, right?
But yeah, I'm trying to think what else is. I can't think of anything else of value. We've reached the end. I think it's time for questions.
I think we have. We can take the questions, which we forgot to tell people that they could ask again.
Did I even set it up? I swear to God, I did. I did. Okay, I was looking at it on the wrong tab.
Okay. I think
do have questions.
We'll tell you now while we're reading the first round of questions. If you guys have any other questions you want to send, for all any three of us or all three of us.
You have until I reach the bottom.
There you go. So let's see what we got.
The first one is from Jack of Blades, who asked the question before we even started. Said, Arch, you've done Warhammer lore videos, Starship Troopers lore videos, My Little Pony lore videos, and so many others. But when are you going to do VTuber lore videos? Give the people what they want.
VTubers aren't popular. That's a giant ruse.
God damn! Oof. I hate to say it, but he's actually not wrong. Contrary to popular belief that VTubers are like an overrun, overdone, oversaturized thing.
Saturated.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, so is streaming in general, though.
The biggest VTuber in I think it's still Gura. And she's at what, like 5 mil?
On YouTube?
I think. Which again is relative to like the overall rest of, I don't know, I need to check. Last time I looked at it, she was at 4 mil. I'm just assuming she grew. Oh! Let's see, how big is Gura right now? Gura.
Gura.
Nope, still she's at 4.47 mil, and I'm pretty sure she's still the biggest VTuber. And again, that is like a drop in the bucket compared to like other YouTubers that aren't VTubers. So I'm just I have to agree with Archer. They're actually not as popular as people say, as people think.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you run in certain circles, you see them all over the place, but
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, I suppose you just kind of like we don't quite measure up.
The thing is that they had kind of have like their kind of own like pseudo niche, but they just kind of fall into the
Anime enjoyer niche.
No, I was gonna say they fall into the, as far as like their actual like niche in terms of content making, they are variety channels typically, and so
variety streamers too, and YouTube doesn't like
Yeah.
variety streamers these days.
No, it does not.
Really hates them.
Yep, I've been saying it. Everyone's like, no, Rose, it's fine. Put all the variety on the same channel. I'm like, I don't think it's a good idea. But you know, whatever, it's cool. We're doing it. But yeah, like if you go into literally any niche of any kind, you're gonna find there's several channels that are like much bigger than Gora. And I'm talking like, you know, again, just like niche things like, oh, like here's like a channel that specifically does like woodworking, but only for chairs, like nothing super fancy, just chairs. It's just a chair making channel.
Just
And I'm not even joking you, they exist and they'll have like 8.
No, I believe
7,
you. It's just
whatever
it's,
million.
It's just
like
funny.
we're up there. Gora is getting outviewed by chair makers. Think about that.
You know, I mean, everybody sits on chairs eventually.
True.
You know,
Everyone's a chair fan for the most part.
I would imagine that our chair
Even
makers
cripples,
do pretty well
especially
for
cripples.
themselves.
But yeah, there's your answer,
exactly.
Jacoblades. Next question from Gwares, who asks, Arch, when do you get your avatar animated so you can join the VTubers?
That's going to be a very expensive ask for chat if they ever want to try and get that going.
That is true. I mean, well,
How
actually,
expensive?
Well, I'm asking them for $5,000 for The Witcher, so it's going to be at least 3 times that.
oh damn, Jesus, that's way more than even like the most expensive models would actually cost. I was about to say, like, we know a guy who does pretty great models for relatively cheap.
As I
Like,
have repeatedly
much
told
less-
my
Yeah, so
chat,
that's okay. So
if they want
25K.
cheap
for
concessions,
Arch
they go to
VTuber.
Gibbs.
That's true.
Arch is a popular enough prostitute to set his own price.
Wait, so but if they do manage to meet that goal, are you just gonna like full on transition into a VTuber? Or are you gonna be like me, who's like
I'm gonna have to get a avatar and use it, yes, because it is a contractual obligation at that point. But it'll be
like,
very difficult for them to get there.
What I'm asking though is like at that point, are you like never gonna show your actual face again, or are you gonna be hybrid like me? Where you go
It'll
back
just
and
be
forth?
a part of the things I do.
Okay.
Kinda.
All right.
Kind
Yeah,
of like
so
how
hybrid.
V has, like, he uses troll model like on occasion.
He does on
Oh, does
occasion
he,
do
wait,
that.
I've never seen
Yeah.
V's real face. Does he actually use like a
Yeah.
face cam?
V does
Oh, I feel
face
like every
cam,
time I
sometimes
see-
he does no cam, sometimes he does troll model.
Oh,
He very,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, usually when I see like his, because I
He
only
keeps
really
everyone
watch
on their
his.
toes.
Okay, I only usually watch his little videos on YouTube. I've not seen one of his streams, and usually when I see the videos on YouTube, it's the troll model like every time.
I think it depends on the channel. He has like 3 different channels.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I think I'm
Yeah,
only.
he
I
might-
guess I'm only subscribed
He
to the
might
fucking troll
segregate
one
them by
then.
channels.
Yes,
But,
segregation.
There's your answer, Gwares. 25.
Making a comeback these days.
Next one is from Darkos, also known as Vulture, who says, what is your favorite thing in Warhammer 40k? There's someone specifically mentioned, so we can all answer this. Mine is the orcs.
The orcs are pretty good. The orcs are pretty fucking great.
The orcs are pretty cute. Favorite thing overall? Huh.
Mhm.
That was kind of difficult. Favorite thing? Because I can't just say, like, the setting, because that's kind of the style and the aesthetic. I think, you know, the aesthetic is going to be my, like, generalistic answer, the whole, like, gothic thing.
I
That's
you know
my
I have to agree
favorite.
with that just because I was reading I did like a ASMR stream where I just read, actually I think I asked you like on stream. I was like, hey, what topic should I do for like an ASMR like lore reading thing? And you were like, yeah, just do the sisterhood.
Yes, the Sisters of
what's it actually
Battle.
called? Yeah, the Sisters of Battle, and I was like, okay. And so I well, at first you suggested something else. I can't remember what it was. But chat was like, no.
Demon Kulaba.
That might have been what it was. I don't remember.
It is the name, the Demon Kulaba.
But But I did end up doing Sister Battle, and like that, like the whole aesthetic of them, and like the concept, right, where it's just like it's very much this like goth church girls. It's just like, okay, this is great. I love this. I love everything about this.
They're quite cool.
Let's see.
But yeah, I mean, for me, it's got to be the orcs.
I have a question of my own. We have
Hmm?
female space marines now. How long until we get male Sisters of Battle?
Well, I wish we could get Misters of Battle. A little bit of
Misters
equality.
of Battle is really good.
That's solid. I just can't get over the fact with the orcs how they can just like believe something hard enough for it to just manifest in reality.
I'll have you meet
That
the
shit's
Kuotua
great.
in D&D soon.
It's
Don't worry.
amazing.
You'll figure that out.
Wait,
You'll have to
what?
deal with that. Oh, did you not know about the Kuotua?
I feel like maybe you brought this up once or twice a while
They're
back.
basically the D&D equivalent to the orcs of
orcs?
Warhammer.
Oh, where they
Yeah.
just believe shit and then it just happens.
Yeah. So quite literally, they will
Mhm.
they will make up gods, and
Mm-hmm.
then will them into existence.
Oh, that sounds extremely overpowered.
Because they have so much like psychic energy that
Wait, are
whenever
they
whenever the Kuotua like pray to something as a group, if they can get enough of them
Hmm.
together, they can make that thing become real, like just come into existence.
Okay, are they as stupid as the orcs are? Because I know with the orcs,
Yes.
that's kind of like the balancing.
Maybe even more so. They don't even speak. They're just like blah, 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 like they're literally retarded.
Okay, yeah, because the orcs are like borderline retarded, and that's how you balance out the fact that they can just manifest shit. So these guys are like a similar deal. All
No,
right,
they're
fair
like straight up retarded and also like very weak. So.
enough. Okay.
But anywho, next question is from Snake Dude, who says, Arch, what was the biggest mistake Games Workshop made during the first and second editions of 40K?
Well, I'm assuming that includes Rogue Trader, in which case the biggest mistake was trying to make it into a police state, because the Space Marines were just kind of cops back then, which was weird, very weird, and they didn't really have a whole lot of
Chainsaws.
personality to them. Second thing in second edition, I mean, I think it was just a failure to make it unique. Because originally, 40K was just intended to be kind of a science fiction version of Warhammer Fantasy, because Fantasy was way more popular back then. And eventually, as they began to embrace the idea of making this into its own proper setting, it of course became way more popular. Also, I didn't like the whole, like, God Emperor is just a bunch of shamans thing. I always thought that was fucking retarded sounding.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I really should like learn about 40K at some point, but I have no fucking earthly idea where one even begins as far as all that goes.
A little over 2 years ago, Arch on his channel tried to explain some 40K stuff to me, and I got distracted by the moving mouth of like the hoodie on my like Fugi at the time.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, like, there was a one point where I, like, zoned back in and Arch was still talking, and I was like, Arch, can you repeat all of that? Like, I wasn't paying, I got distracted.
No, well, you never were
Yeah,
a great student,
I
were
don't
you?
think I think my ADHD is too strong for me to learn Warhammer 40K. I think I have to learn through it, through accidental osmosis, like, oh wow, yeah, the orcs are funny. Hee.
I mean, because I'm definitely interested in the universe, right? Like you were just talking about the aesthetic of it. I also find it very appealing. I think it's very interesting about like all the different races going on with the how to put this, because I feel like maybe I'm a little more interested in the like just the Warhammer, like aside from the 40K stuff, because I played a shit ton of what was it called, Vermintide 1 and 2. I played a bunch of those games and I fucking love those games. They're great. And I am excited for is it Space Marines 2? That's the one that's coming out?
Yeah, Space Marine 2.
Yeah, that game looks really good and I definitely
Am I
want to
still
play it.
getting you and Kibbs for that?
Yeah.
That's been my plan.
Hey,
In my head.
nice.
Let's go.
But is it 3 players or 4?
It's 3-player. Sure.
Oh.
Well, that's what they said at least.
Oh, I guess I'll just stay home then.
I have enough playthroughs with you.
I know, I'm just kidding. It's fine. But I mean, I'll still play it on my own. I don't give a fuck, because that game looks sick. I do hope it won't end up, because I know there was I know Endymion was saying that apparently there's like somebody on the dev team, or like one of the like what do you call them, spokesperson? I don't know, but somebody from that game was saying, yeah, maybe a community manager. Somebody was saying some weird shit. What was it, the Gendermancer or some shit? Was that who it was? there was somebody saying some weird shit about the Space Marines 2 game.
He turns you trans.
Like,
no.
was involved with that whole thing. I don't remember the exact details of that story, but I remember there was a whole thing with that. So hopefully that game ends up unmarred by, all of that. If you maybe that's too much to wish for.
It's destined to be fucked no matter what, considering it's, Games Workshop. But
that is true. That is true.
At least I'm hoping that the general gameplay is fun. Kind of like how what was that recent one? The Doom-like.
Doom-like?
Bolt gun?
Oh, the
Bolt gun was fucking awesome. That jumped
the boomer
dropped
shooter
out of nowhere, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I still need to actually play that. It did look like it was
it gave me motion sickness, but it was awesome.
Yeah. I have no issue with that because I
was able to enjoy it.
I played those last couple of Doom games, so I can deal with shit going like crazy fast like that. But yeah, I definitely want to get into it. Shit, what was I about to say? I lost my train of thought. Damn it. All right. Well, it's fine. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I want to see what's going to go on with all that, and hopefully it'll still be an overall fun game, even if it ends up having a little bit of the message infused. Yeah.
Everything has a little bit of the message these days.
Yeah.
Like
and it's not the message, a different one.
Like I said, man, that Metal Slug game I'm playing is a bunch of bikini babes with giant fucking guns in it. So I can pretty safely say no message in there, aside from do you like hot women with guns? And you know what? I sure as fuck do. I'm still American at the end of the day. But what I was gonna say is like it's so weird to me that like Warhammer of all things ended up being a target for all of this, because it feels like so diametrically opposed to like everything they're trying to push with that stuff, right? I don't know. It's just me.
It's because they don't care what's inside of it. That's the thing. They don't give a shit about the insides or the lore of the setting. They care about it as a tool. And so it doesn't need to appeal to them. They just need to be able to get in.
They just need that IP name. That's all they need. Everything else.
As long as it's got a big enough name to crib off of. But even then, it's like Warhammer's never been like extremely like mainstream popular. I know it's been like a cult classic, like popular with the tabletop enthusiasts and all that, but never been like niche, mainstream. Yeah, but never been like mainstream popular, as far as I know. So that is a little bit of a weird one. We'll have to see how the fucking Amazon Prime TV show shakes out.
Yeah.
If it actually manages to come out. I know it's having issues in general.
The next question is from Zero. It's also related to shows. Is either of you watching House of the Dragon? Significantly less painful than Acolyte. By House of the Dragon, do you mean the
Game of Thrones offshoot thing, right?
Yeah. Is there more?
Game of Thrones prequel? I think somebody said there was like another season coming out. Yeah.
There's coming out, or is it out?
Or season 1 is airing at the moment, or season 2 is airing.
Season 2.
I need to watch that because I watched the first season. I do need to absolutely watch that. Okay, it was okay. It was okay.
Okay.
I personally enjoyed it. There's a few things I didn't like, but like I remember overall kind of enjoying it. I love watching like white-haired incest people make out and then kill each other. It's great. We still need to do a watch along.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like you still been trying to sit me down to watch Game of Thrones since I've never watched any of it. So
we need to do that. That's what we're doing after the Acolyte. Fuck you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
But let's see. Well, Archer, are you watching House of the Dragon or no?
I am. It's certainly better than the Acolyte. Even though I was.
How are you liking the second season so far? Without spoiling, because I do want to watch this one.
Oh, they just had a little short episode to begin with to reintroduce you to a bunch of side characters. So.
Okay.
Oh, like a recap sort of thing?
Kind of, but yeah. I was not a fan of the first season, really. It's okay, but
yeah, that's how I
feel
felt
like
about it as well.
I feel like if House of the Dragon is the best we're getting, and that's ever people clapping at that, standards dropping.
Right. Current standard of entertainment sort of thing. I'll check it out sometime.
Which is sad, right? Because they had like all the books that are complete. There's no reason for it to be as bad as it is. Anywho.
We'll see. What else we got?
The next one is from NDA, who says, "All hail Archchrist, our Lord of Gaming, Savior of Lore, and token Swede of Irish descent."
Not much for rhythm, though, as I noticed.
Whoa! Do you hear that, Arch?
I watched him play Hi-Fi Rush.
I do hear that.
It's not there.
Jazz, your mic.
Oh.
It sounds like a cable's gotten loose or something.
I never know whether it's my computer or if it's Jazz's mic. I literally never know.
I should have fixed it.
There you go.
I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Every so often the interface tends to glitch a little bit. For the most part, it works just fine though.
I didn't get to the question.
My camera.
I just wanted,
God damn it.
I just wanted to jump in and ask, are you a Swede of Irish descent?
There you go.
No, the Swedes are subhuman and the Irish aren't far behind them.
I sneeze. But anyway, which arch rumor, like Commie Dev and trans kids, should Rosa and Jazz get to help bolster their infamy?
The rumor? Which rumor?
So
I think they're
everyone has a
asking
title,
you.
right? So like Dev is Dev is Commie Dev.
Yep.
Kids is trans kids. What should me and Jazz get?
I mean, at the moment, I'm still kind of fond of the N-Walker.
N-Walker Jazz?
Yeah, so it popped up. Yeah, so that popped up a few podcasts ago, and I think that ended up being the title. It was like N-Walker Origins. And it's like, it's like the, you know the concept like a Daywalker, right?
Yep, from Blade.
Yeah, the guys who are like immune to the sun. Because the ongoing joke is that I'm completely immune to the N-word, right? Like it has no effect on me the way it has effect on most black people. I get the title of N-Walker. I kind of like it. I kind of feeling that one. But if you have anything else you'd like to, I mean, because it's like the only time we've ever like hung out so far, Arch. So I imagine you wouldn't have a whole lot of like material to work with to come up with something.
Okay.
For me.
Yeah, it might be difficult on the spot. But if you like it, then it's a terrible nickname. You need to hate it.
Oh, okay.
That is true.
Right.
That is
work on
the
it.
point. You have to
what
hate
about
it.
what about Rosa? You've known her for a while. She's got that foot fetish thing going. Maybe someone fatal to that.
Foot fetish thing is a thing, yeah.
But I don't hate it anymore.
Snake in the world with feet. The snake that walks. The snake that steps.
Footed snake.
Fucking hell. I vote for Token Latinx. I thought that was Lumi. Oh, that was no. She's Pet Latinx, right?
Yeah, Lumi is the Latinx. And the Tortilla.
I like it.
Fucking hard pronouncing the L's. It reminds me of what's his face in Inglourious Bastards. He's trying to. Whose character was that? He's like the head of the squad, right? He was like trying to speak French at the party or something. He's like pronouncing it with like the heaviest fucking like Americanized accent possible. That was fuck. I gotta watch the movie again. That movie's amazing.
Oh yeah, doing the classic like, oh yes, yo estoy hablando español. A mí me gusta hablar español. Yo sé hablar español muy bien. Like that, where it's just like it's like very like Americanized, but speaking a different language.
English should be enforced upon all other languages.
I mean, to be fair, it kind of is. Like, as far as like the most commonly spoken language on the earth at this point, it's probably English. Most countries learn it as a second language, so.
Which is why I really enjoy the word Mexico, because it's got an X in it, and the Mexicans don't use X. So that's just a beautiful part of English culture. Just going like, your country's named this now.
We don't call it Mexico. We call it Mexico. It's great.
Yep. Mexico. Say it after me, Wetback. Mexico.
Oh, Lord.
It's from the good old days where we enforced our will upon other races.
It's great. Ironically,
our language does not have that letter. It does now.
Ironically, the next question is, will Arch teach Rosa how to speak proper Spanish, like how to pronounce tortilla and how do you mispronounce queso? Is it queso?
Yes, queso.
Quesodilla.
Quesodilla.
Tortilla and queso.
Yeah, gotta pronounce all of it.
Queso. Well, the answer is yes. He just did. So the answer is retroactively yes.
Come back next time for the next lesson, chat.
Yeah. That's one is from Tuxedo. Says Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. You think there's woke influence in it?
Again,
It's
like
Nintendo.
it is Nintendo. Nintendo of America has definitely been like leaning in that direction. In terms of just having a game in which you play as Zelda, I feel like the fan base has actually been interested in that concept for probably a decade now.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm very
so
excited.
in that context, as like again, we talked about like jumping at shadows,
Dude,
right?
is this like Zelda like recent game Zelda, or is this like Zelda that's secretly chic Zelda?
So this is like, did you see the fucking remake they did of Link's Awakening, where it was like kind of that chibi, like that little like mini figure style? It's they're doing the same thing for this game, where it's that
Same.
kind of style. Yeah, where it's like the old school like grid based Zelda kind of thing. But like I was saying, like we talked about jumping at shadows earlier. So just having a game in which Zelda is the lead and the playable character, that's not necessarily like a problem.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It'll depend on like how they actually handle the situation. Like if it's just, you know, she does the adventuring and she saves the Link at the end of the day and it's all good and they make out, I don't know, do whatever. Hold hands. Actually usually what they do.
Yay!
But yeah. But I mean, yeah, but if she starts like going on about like how she should be the new king of Hyrule and the patriarchy is evil and all that shit. Like if she's like, you know, if it jumps the shark, then we'll call it out.
Propaganda.
Yeah, then we call it out when we see the shark being jumped. But until then, the concept itself isn't necessarily a problem. We'll see.
Yes, correct. The addition of a female main character doesn't need to mean anything. And Nintendo doesn't really have a particularly pronounced history of the message beside Nintendo of America. So it's a wait and see situation.
Mm-hmm.
Next one's from Blood Dance, who says, we need a Warhammer D&D campaign with Arch as DM, Rosa, Jazz, and crew as players if time allows. Is there any possibility of interest for such an arrangement? I think we answered this earlier.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd be down. And as far as like a Warhammer campaign, that actually sounds pretty sick. I'm cool with that.
I know nothing.
Like, are we talking about? But are we talking about like normal Warhammer or 40k? Are we doing like the medieval or are we doing future? Because if it's medieval, then it's essentially just Dungeons and Dragons at that point.
I was gonna say that they said Warhammer D&D, but do they mean like Warhammer themed D&D rules? Do they mean Warhammer Fantasy?
Yeah. Because Warhammer Fantasy is like close enough to just what D&D typically is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has the vastly superior D100 system.
D100? What is that?
It's percentage based.
Dice.
So you don't need to worry about plus or minuses. All you need is like, okay, what is your score? It's 60. Okay, you need 60 or below.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, we'd be down. So maybe we'll talk about it later and see if schedules can line up for that sort of thing at some point.
Yeah,
but
like
as of now,
busy.
Yeah, as of now, everybody's pretty busy with other stuff.
I know Arches, and also I've got like one as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. So, but I mean, it's not something I'd be opposed to. If nothing else, I definitely would like to hang out some more. I heard you play Helldivers. I'd love to get back into that sometime. So maybe we can run some, fucking shoot some bugs sometime, some robots.
The next question is from NDA.
Making me switch accounts to comment. Why am I still torment me with how you say things? Oh, sorry, I was looking at Lumi's message in chat.
Oh. NDA says, Barch, when are you going to pull strings to get Rosa and EFAP crew collaboration? Please get Rags on her D&D stream, so she too can throw him in a barrel from... Again, I there's context required. I vaguely know EFAP. EFAP is, it's Mahler's thing, right?
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like Mahler's specific thing, because I know Mahler is also on the open bar with Drinker, so I assumed that was like both of their thing. But if he also has like his own thing, all right.
I don't know. I've never watched any of Mahler's content. I have been meaning. I have this somewhere in my notes for like content that I want to do. As a Dark Souls 2 fan, I want to watch his response. Well, first I want to watch H Bomber guy's video on basically trying to defend Dark Souls 2, which I've heard is really shit. And then I want to watch Mauler's series of him breaking it down, and then I want to just basically, as a very, very big Dark Souls 2 fan, kind of give my thoughts on the whole of it. But that would be like a long marathon. That's like, what, like 10 hours worth of fucking Mauler videos?
Yeah. I mean, that'd be pretty cool, I think. You can get to know Mauler, and like he's a big Souls guy. We could probably have a fun conversation if you ever manage to get him over here on the OC podcast.
I'm always down. But this is a question for Barch.
Oh, right, yeah.
Well, after the stormy exit of the D&D campaign, I don't think I'm the correct guy to ask for favors in that direction.
Fair enough.
There you go, NDA. Ciro says, I don't know if Arch can see the questions. Please write these out and ask him to pronounce them. Tortilla, hombre, quesadilla, arroz.
Wait, what? Was that this one?
Arroz.
Fuck is Araz?
Rice.
Oh.
Did I get those right, Arch?
Tortilla, definitely. A croissant. Hombre. You gotta pronounce the H, but you gotta add in more American to it, I think.
Hombre.
One of them hombres!
Hombre. Hombre. Like, make it sound like hamburger. Hombre. You one of them hombres?
Oy.
That's solid.
Quesadilla. Sounds easy, and then arroz. I don't think I can fuck that one up.
A-Raz. Y'all got some of that A-Raz over here?
No, that's the black way.
Is it? Oh. Oh, yeah. It's
Man,
like
some of
an
that
A-Ron.
Damn tortillas!
Well, that sounds southern, just in general.
True. Next from Gueres, who says, can she lure video when? I'd actually be curious about this.
Make short. The apocalypse happened. Then the apocalypse happened again.
Yeah.
Doubled up. I mean, I'd like to know more about it, so I still want to look into it. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I should probably just go ahead and put that on my wish list.
Oh, Kenshi?
Yeah, I want to see what's up with that.
Next one's from Ciro, who says, talking about morally dubious characters. Ever read Shadow of the Conqueror by Second Best Shad? MC was tyrant and then exiled. At the end of his life, he is given youth and magic to try to redeem himself. I've not read Shad's book. Have you?
I have not.
No, man, I'm black. I don't read.
You know what? I can't even say anything because I'm also I've been to it before, but as an ADHD Cuban, I'm not only illiterate but also unwilling.
Man,
it seems like none of us have read it, Zero. So, okay, you know, maybe future material. I am curious to give it a read through. Also, Zero says Astolfo looks like a chick, but canonically is packing a monster energy can. Is it gay?
Oh, the one from Fate,
is,
right?
Yeah, I guess the answer to that is fellas. Is your dick bigger than a monster energy can?
No.
Astolfo gets a pass because Astolfo has a lot of NTR.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
That makes him funny. I like funny characters.
I suppose.
Wait, so like, when you say that Astolfo gets a lot of NTR, do you mean like he NTRs other characters? He gets NTR'd?
Other characters with tremendous frequency.
Oh.
So he's fucking
Chad
other
Stolfo.
dudes' chicks, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Very Chad
right.
Stolfo.
Yeah, because for a minute, I'm like confused as to like where Astolfo fits into this NTR. Like, is he the one sitting in the chair being cucked? Is he the one doing the cucking?
Now
or is
we know.
he like the woman in the situation? Like, I wasn't sure. He could have filled any
Barch.
role, really.
So to kind of break down what you're saying that you would be down for a Astolfo. It wouldn't be gay, but only if you were cheating on like a wife with Astolfo.
Screwing Astolfo would be gay. That would be not acceptable.
Oh.
So I think
But
isn't
he's
that what the
still a
question's
good boy
actually asking?
character.
Okay, got it.
But the question's actually asking if you'd fuck him, right?
No, it's just is it gay? As is Astolfo gay?
Astolfo is definitely not gay.
Which by it I think means is fucking Astolfo gay, I guess, because it says like Astolfo's like looks like a chick, but canonically, I think the implication is it gay to fuck Astolfo?
I think so.
But the answer is according to Arch, yes.
If he's got that much dick, then yeah, I'd have to agree.
I don't know. I think the real question for me isn't, is his dick bigger than mine? I think the question for me is, do I have enough duct tape? That's what determines it for me.
Yeah.
But anywho, next question is it's from NDA. It says, Arch, what is it like to take on Rose's singing? Wait, what? What is your take on Rose's singing? A diss track filled with hard R's for $5, but not dip each foot in jam and peanut butter while rubbing them together and singing about PB&J for $5K. Bad business, in my opinion. Brother, I need you to resend that question in a way that makes sense.
Is it asking if you would do one or the other, or?
Hold on. Arch, what is your take on Rose's singing a diss track filled with hard R's for $5? But not dip each foot in jam and peanut butter while rubbing them together and singing about PB&J for $5K. Bad business, in my opinion.
Is this like a thing that's...
Yeah, it could work.
I personally,
Are you saying whether I should do one or the other?
As a black man, I personally would prefer you do the first one, because that second one sounds fucking awful.
Well, he says, but not dip each foot, so I'm not doing that while I'm singing about PB&J for $5K.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, NDA, I'm gonna give you a chance to figure out how you want to word that question in a way that it makes sense. And
I'm lost. I got no fucking idea what's going on.
Next one's from Zero, who says, did you see the list of potential racial slurs to call white people? Did you notice one of those potential slurs was Oreo Center? Why does that sound like a pickup line? Because it is. Oreo Center is what you call a fucking white girl that's getting fucking DP'd.
Yeah, Eiffel Tower situation, right?
Like, that is the... So here's the thing. That list, unironically, did not come from, like, oh, this person's trying to come up with slurs. That list, unironically, came from race play porn. That is where that list actually came from. It came from, like, a race play porn subreddit. I'm not even joking with you guys. That is the origins of that list.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. There does seem to be, like, a weird, like, little corner of lewd content that is just all about, like, getting real into the racial stuff while, like, doing the act, and it's like, weird that some people are just, like, super down with this.
I don't know. It's not weird. I think it's people being fucking honest with each other.
I mean, I suppose, but it's like...
It's a taboo. Taboos are funny.
Yep.
True.
People like taboo stuff. I've recently been trying to come to terms with the fact that I might be into nugget stuff.
What?
Yeah.
The fuck? Wait.
So you know
no.
how
Oh no. No, you don't. Oh god, no. No. I know what you mean when you say nugget. No. Oh god. Rosa.
No. So you know how I've told you before that I get most of my like ideas for like D&D from just scrolling through R34?
Mm-hmm.
So usually I'm scrolling through R34 and like I'm not like at all like in the mood or anything. I'm just scrolling through it. I'm just admiring the artwork, and then I'll get ideas that are like not at all related to whatever I looked at, but like it'll just give me an idea, and then I'll associate that idea with the image that I saw. So I'll save that image into a folder that's labeled with the D&D like section that I'm working on, So whenever I go to work on that D&T section, like, and write down like words, right, for like what I'm actually planning to do, I'll look through that folder and be like, oh yeah, right, I had the idea, and then I'll start actually writing it out, what my idea was, right? Because then I can just look at it and like I can remember what the idea was. I associate the idea with that image, right? Well, recently I was scrolling through, and I just came upon an image of like a quadruple, like what do you call them, like paraplegics? Amputee, there you go. A quadruple amputee, like walking around on all fours like a dog, and I was like, I don't like how I feel about this. I had to pause and like just kind of come to terms with reality for a moment. Is it fucked up? Yeah. Am I into it? I think so.
No. God, please. You're already into so many awful things. Can you please just not with this? Could you please just like could you swipe left just once,
what?
please?
It's just
please.
this and feet. Which ironically, this has no feet.
Well, you were talking about fucking necrophilia and like being into grandmas and shit just yesterday.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is that against grandmas?
And cannibalism. You
That's
fucking
pathos thing.
Okay, but you agree to it. That's the thing. That's the problem.
Only if they're dead. Which then it becomes a necrophilia thing. So.
Hey, that's not what necrophilia is.
Huh?
That's not what necrophilia is.
Well, and I'm just saying, at the point where it's necrophilia, the person is dead. There's no person. It's just an object. You're basically eating a sex toy at that point.
Wait, so you're eating it and fucking it? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Edible condoms exist.
Arch, please help me. I don't know what to do here.
I know it's flavored condom.
Arch, please say something to her. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
There's no way I'm getting involved in this.
No, please. Please. God, don't leave me here to die, Arch.
Arch, okay, I have a question for you that came up recently in one of my Dark Souls streams. You have a partner, right? Long-time partner, right? Who you love each other very much, right? And you're gonna die. You're gonna die soon, right? And rather than burying you and just giving you back to the dirt, right? Your partner wants to treasure your corpse forever. They want to fucking what's what I'm looking for? They want to taxidermize you and keep you around as like, like you're theirs. They love you, right? They wanna keep you around and maybe use your body, so they don't you know what I'm saying, right? Would you think that's romantic? I think it's romantic. They love you so much.
No, if there's gonna be statues to me after I'm gone, I'd prefer they be made out of bronze.
I mean, that's one way to, they could taxidermize you that way. They just coat you in bronze and just be like, yeah, this is him. They get some toothpicks in there so they can like have you erect and she can use you for the other purposes as well. It has like a statue of you, like in the living room, right? Just there, front and center. Whenever someone walks in, they see you, and I don't know, it'd be epic.
Epic is one way to put it.
Yeah.
I'll take it as agreeance. But I'm gonna move on to the next question. Fuck, where were we?
Ooh.
Next one's from Silence Do Good, who says, "What is everyone's favorite 40k faction?"
I think we went over this already, but yeah, I'm still with the orcs, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree.
Because they're funny. I don't know enough about the factions, honestly.
No, yeah, they're still my favorite.
Blood Angels for me. They are
Blood Angels?
Old school, and these days they're almost a little cringe with the whole space vampire thing, but I still love them. I discovered them before I realized how gay the internet
I need context.
Yeah, what exactly are they?
Space Marines, except they suffer from the red thirst, which makes them occasionally go fucking berserk and kill random civilians and eat them.
Ah, so cannibal Space Marines.
Kind of.
Okay. Interesting.
I would like these.
Is it the cannibalism in particular that attracted you, or?
More the fact that they are the cool, edgy boys.
Oh, do they wear
Being
like?
a cool, edgy boy was cringe.
Do they wear like the red and black armor?
Yes.
They
That's
have like
cool.
Do they have like the Shadow the Hedgehog painted onto the shoulder pad, or?
Close enough.
That's pretty cool. I dig it.
All right. Yeah. You know what? Fair enough.
The next one is from Jedi Dusk, who says, "Hey Arch, since Games Workshop is burning their lore, at what point will you use your last of Warhammer again?" What? At what point will you use your last of Warhammer again?
I don't
Maybe
know
he's
what
ask-
that means.
Maybe he's asking when you're gonna like throw in the towel on Warhammer, just like give up on the whole series, maybe something like that. That's as far as I can guess.
Well, I'll still enjoy the old lore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, just because all the new stuff is fucked, right? Doesn't mean you can't enjoy the old stuff. Like,
Exactly.
I've had people ask me about, like, D&D, like, "Oh my god, like, Rose, did you see all the new books?" Like, no, I didn't. Like, what? It's like, you didn't see what they're doing, the D&D? And I'm like, they're not doing anything to D&D. D&D is still exactly where it is, exactly how I love it. I still have all the books. And in every single printed book, even the modern ones up to now, it says right there, first page, this is just a suggestion. You are above the rules. You decide what you do with your campaign. The purpose is to have fun. And that is the one rule that I fucking live by for D&D. Everything from Tasha's forward is not D&D. It is fucking garbage in a D&D skin suit, and I have no interest in it, so why would I even look at it?
Yeah, that is the nice thing about D&D. At the end of the day, you can just make up whatever the fuck you actually want to do for yourself. So
Yeah, that's the beauty of having physical fucking products, and, you know, products where you have a lot of control over what the actual content is of it. Versus, for example, like, I can't say that about Destiny. I can't enjoy Destiny anymore because it literally doesn't exist. The Destiny that I, like, knew and loved is gone. It is not there anymore. If I go back and play Destiny 1, it is a like, fractured state of what I originally liked in Destiny. The Destiny that I liked literally doesn't exist anymore.
yeah. So that to that point, like Arch is kind of covered too, because as far as like all the tabletop shit goes, you can even just like they got people like selling their own models with you know, putting their resin shit on Etsy and whatnot. So it's like you don't even have to worry about it to that regard, right? You can just make up whatever the hell you want to do and make your own Warhammer. And you're kind of set. Well, it all works out.
Yep.
Next question is from Arthur's Emoto Kitten Boy Wife, who says, "What's your favorite DOW2 voice line?" Played it. What's DOW2?
Dawn of War?
Dawn of War 2, I'm presuming, yes. Well, it's gotta be My Face is My Shield.
Wait, what?
The captain, was it Angelos back then? But the Space Marine captain has a thing that says, "My faith is my shield."
Oh,
but he
faith.
says it. Yeah, he says it in such a way that it sounds a lot like "My face is my shield."
That's pretty good. I've never played the Dawn of War game, so I wouldn't know. But I like that one a lot.
I remember when I was playing Bolt Gun, there's an option to taunt, and you just had a bunch. It was like a huge list of different I just kept clicking until he'd say this, like something that he'd already said. It took a while, but he just had a bunch of different voice lines. They're all fucking amazing. And I remember people saying that like one of the previous games had something like that. I guess that was Dawn of War then. I can't remember anything.
And
I don't remember any of the lines, so.
Unfortunately, I have not played it. I'd have to I don't know, go find a collection of voice lines video on YouTube or something. Just pick out one. Pick out something nice. Maybe I'll look into it. All right. What was that one though?
Silence Do Good asks Arch, please add a campaign/RPG system to the war game you're making. Think Battlefront 2 Galactic Conquest style. This is just a request, not even a question.
Well, we'll see, but an RPG is not an impossibility.
Okay. Next one's from Vulture, who asks, have any of you planned to play Mullet Mad Jack?
I'm sorry, what's it called?
Mullet Mad Jack.
I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Mad Jack. Let me see. Is it something on Steam?
I have no idea either.
Damn it.
To answer your question, no, none of us have planned to play it.
Because none of us even know what it is.
Yeah.
Mullet. Oh, here we go. Mullet Mad Jack. $20.
Share on screen. Share on screen. Share screen.
Oh, yeah, good.
Share screen. Share screen. Share screen. Share screen.
All right. I will share the fucking screen. Let me see. Steam.
Ow, fuck. I hit myself in the fucking face. The goddamn ball opener.
Doesn't surprise me. Oh, is this another boomer shooter? Ooh. Wait, hang on. Where's the...
Whoa, this actually looks pretty awesome.
Okay.
This is giving me 3D Holland Miami vibes.
Yeah. But damn, yeah, the art's really nice.
Yeah, this will guarantee to make me motion sick. Like it's
But
making
you still
me
want to play it, don't you?
queasy just looking at it. I want to, but I don't think I will. Oh, yeah, I can't look at it anymore.
Well, I think we kind of get the point right anyway, by now anyway. But yeah, that looks pretty sick. I'd be pretty
Yeah, my
down to
answer
check
is
that
no,
out.
unfortunately.
I probably will, especially if it's only $20 for, yeah. Wait, is that actually out like now? Let me see. Oh, it is. Oh yeah, I could play this right now. Yeah, I'll probably look into that and give me something to talk about on the podcast next week. What about you, Watch?
Potentially. The whole boomer shooter thing hasn't really appealed to me in a while, but maybe.
Yep.
Fair
Next
enough.
question is from Arthur's Emoto Kitten Boy Wife. This is favorite H game. Trial and David
Favorite-
Space.
You say favorite
Oh.
H game?
Hentai game, porn game.
No, yeah, I get that, but it's like that's really the question he's asking? Wow, okay.
This is
I don't really-
Arthur's Emoto Kitten Boy Wife. What did you expect?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
I was
really play a
surprised
whole...
that the first question was tame.
I don't play a whole lot of H games, so... Arch, you got something for this, or...?
I've got a wonderful cop-out. Muvalov, because it technically has hentai in it.
What's it called?
Muvalov. It is technically a hentai game, but it also has one of the singular best stories I think I've ever seen in a visual novel.
Okay. I think I might have something. It's called... there's a game called Beautiful Mystic Survivors, which is essentially just like a Vampire Survivors clone, but all the playable characters are just like anime girls with giant tits. And it's one of those things where it's like there's a $7 version of the game, which is like clean, and then there's like a $15 version where if you survive through the whole thing, you get to fuck one of them, and there's like a whole scene about it. So, yeah, there's that. I think that technically counts, right? Yeah,
I guess.
close enough. Yeah. Not that I would buy the $15 version, of course. I'd never do that. Anyway, what's the next question?
I zoned out reading one of the other questions.
You're good.
Anyway, next one is from Peerhead or Pirehead. Is Arch going to talk about Monster Girl lore?
Monster Girl Vor or Monster Girl Lore?
Yeah, I didn't know which one I heard either.
Lore
Lore.
with an L, but I am curious about the other one as well.
No, shut up. Go ahead, Arch.
No immediate plans for Monster Girl Lore or Vor.
There you go.
When you say Monster Girl lore, just like in general, or like something specific, like a Monster Musume kind of thing, or...
I don't know. Didn't specify.
I mean, there's like the
The,
Monster Girl Encyclopedia. That's a thing. It's full of
NDA has
names.
rephrased their question from before. It says, damn it,
Okay.
Rosa. During the one-handed Soul stream, you refused my suggestion to do the PB&J song for 5K. but you'll do a hard R song for $5. Did I say that?
Did you?
I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like someone would pay me for it already. When the fuck was that? I need clip evidence. But Arch, this sounds like a bad business decision to you.
It seems like it will require a very specific user base.
It's a user base that she has, for sure. So her audience is used to this sort of thing.
Wait, for which one?
Probably the hard R song for $5, I guess. I want to see you do it just because it'd be funny. Put it on Twitter. Do it.
I have somewhere.
Do it and tag like the 5 biggest like black Twitter users you can find.
You know I'm gonna tag fucking Shizzy.
Yeah, exactly. Tag Shizzy. Holy fuck.
I actually have on my phone. I have. There's a set of rhymes that I wrote sometime back, where I'm rhyming Snickers with knickers. And like a few other words.
Like the pants, right? Not.
Yeah, like pennies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or getting like pennies in a bunch. It's something about you're not you when you're hungry. Eat a Snickers and get your knickers untwisted or something like that. Whatever. I don't know. I can't remember what the fuck. what it was. I don't know where it is on my phone.
Yeah, but if you do the N-word song, you're definitely gonna tag Shizzy. You might not be aware of this guy, Arch, but there was a guy who ended up like coming into the like VTuber scene a while back, with a bit of an interesting intro strategy. He showed up and immediately dropped a video about how a bunch of different VTubers are racist and how the entire community is very problematic, etc., and so on and so forth. And it wasn't much long after that where like there was a whole thing where like his ex-girlfriend came out and like dropped a bunch of DMs and whatnot where he's like calling her a retard and like talking a bunch of shit about her mom. Like he ends up being just like a complete piece of shit. There was like a whole it was a thing that came out also. It was like previous, like he's like a rapper as well, like a bunch of previous raps he put up on YouTube.
When I found out about it, I was listening to one of his raps.
Yeah, and it's like it turns out he used to like drop the word faggot like 1,000,000 times in like any given rap song, and it's like yeah, you're the guy who's gonna come in and accuse everybody else of being
super gangster and like a killer and like all this stuff. He's like, oh yeah, like you don't want to mess with me, like I'm like. Everyone knows me as like a demon or whatever. It's like it's super like. Dude, I read that line. I was like,
it was a pretty cringe.
Do you need an eye patch, buddy?
But yeah, that was a whole. That was a fun couple of weeks in VTuber Twitter, I think.
But anyway, last question is from Purple Cassius, who says, "Who among you has played COC 1 or 2?" By which they mean Corruption of Champions. I didn't like the first one very much, so I never like got very far into it. And I played a little bit of the second one on stream on the Fansly channel.
I was there for that as well, yeah.
I never played anything of it again. And I should go back and play more of that, actually, as a matter of fact.
It did make for interesting little stream, lots of horse cock and whatnot involved, and I'm sure Vosh would have been a fan.
I have 2 Trials and Tainted Space streams that are on YouTube. They're both still
YouTube?
Up.
Wow.
Yep, they both still up, and they have I think they're some of like my most viewed streams. Because most people don't do porn game content on YouTube.
Because like with Trials and Tainted Space, is there actual like lewd art involved, or is it all just like text based?
There is lewd art involved, but I did blur it out.
Oh, okay.
And like cover
maybe
with,
that's why it's fine then.
With Pegsley. So.
Okay. That might be why it's fine then. Turns out there's a fair bit of nudity you can get away with on YouTube without getting flagged for it. So it is what it is.
Have you played COC, Mark?
I have not.
Or tits? You've not played cock or tits?
No, neither.
Oh, unfortunate. There you go. That is the last question, by the way.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess if that's it, we can go ahead and get ready to wrap things up. But
We do need to pick a title.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So we got what do we got for titles?
Just
We
one.
didn't have-
Well, we have four I wrote down 3 of them and you wrote 1. But we have
Okay, 4.
Disney's
That's good.
Sarlacc Pit.
Yeah, solid.
We have Clopekin, if you will.
So I like that one too.
We have Child Pike.
Child Pike's pretty good.
And we have Classic Lesbian Relationship.
Mm. I think we just get to change that one to the Lesbian Special.
The Lesbian Special. No, I think Classic Lesbian Relationship is funnier.
Alright, fair enough.
I'll put up a poll though, for the title up. Let's see.
Claw what now? That's what I said when Arch was first telling us about it, Purple. I was like, Claw Pekin? I had not heard of that shit. I know I'd heard of clopping. I'd heard of that one plenty back when I was still, running in those circles. But Claw Pekin was a new one for me.
I like classical lesbian relationship because if you get it, you get it.
Fair. I don't know, it's kind of a hard choice. I feel like I'm still mostly feeling Disney Sarlacc Pit. Wait, Jazz didn't answer? Jazz, don't be evading now? Wait, which one didn't I answer?
If you'd played the games, I think you did answer.
Oh,
You said
oh.
you played Trials and
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, he played Clash
Or-
of Champions with me when we were playing on the Fansly account.
Yeah, but that was for me that as well, that was the one and only time. So.
Yeah. Alright, polls up. You guys can vote what the title is. In the meanwhile, you just want to wrap up? Chill?
Yeah, we can start with the shilling. Yes, Arch, John Archcast. Would you care to tell us about yourself, your channel, and maybe what you're getting up to in the near future?
Oh, just business as usual for the moment. Doing the Savat World Crusade series on the Lore channel and continuing talking about anything and everything on the commentary channel. Nothing particularly interesting right now, honestly.
Yeah. It has been a bit of a slow news week, I would say. I mean, I wasn't able to come up with a whole lot. Again, like I said,
Yeah,
the
no,
Black
that
Myth
list is
Wukong
huge.
thing. Yeah, I mean, well, again, because we started doing the week to week as opposed to every other week. So
True.
obviously, the fact that we're doing one less week of stuff now, which is probably for the best, because now we can hopefully try to have some shorter sessions. Even though this one still ended up being like 4 hours long, but it was a
Yeah.
good session though.
Yeah.
I thoroughly
Hope that
enjoyed
you
it.
had-
I
that you had
hope you
fun,
guys did too.
Silence.
You both spoke at the
Much-
same time. I have no idea what happened.
Oh, sorry. Rosa was just saying she hoped you had fun today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of
Okay,
course. Thanks for
cool.
being here.
I was much like consent. I was gonna take your silence as a yes. But anywho.
Yeah. I mean, as far as
Yeah?
us, are we still planning on running some more of the convergence
Yep.
mod after stream?
We'd like doing
Okay.
more convergence mode after this. We normally do them like either before, because usually the streams are. We usually start around the time that we're at right now.
Yeah. Maybe we'll give it like we'll try and start by like 7 my time, which is like 40 minutes from now.
Oh.
It's good.
Oh no, I meant like we usually start the podcast stream later.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
So yeah.
Well, we had
but-
to accommodate
but-
our friend
but-
Arch here. So.
Exactly. So we did it earlier today. So we do have some
Mm-hmm.
time left, at least for us, over on the on this side of the pond.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're gonna be doing more the modded DS3 in a little bit, and
Mm-hmm.
then besides that, for me, I'll
I
be
know next week has
playing-
some stuff going on.
Yeah, next week we have obviously Elden Ring, and we're also gonna be doing some charity streams for
Charity,
Gamers Out.
yes. Mm-hmm. Gonna help those kids in the hospitals.
But tomorrow, I'm going to be playing some Divinity 2 with Trim, so that's going to be fun. I don't have the 1v1, the one-on-one D&D sessions with Cal this week. That'll be next week, Friday. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going to go out, hang out with a friend, an IRL friend. But on Saturday night, Saturday I'm going to start the Dark Souls 2 player stat randomizer. And then that night, I'm also be hanging out with Mama Oko. We're on her channel. We'll be playing some more Dark Souls 1. As I continue to Sherpa her through it.
Very
How about
nice.
your engines?
I mean, like we're gonna do the Souls right after we're done here. We're gonna do in the Elden Ring DLC most of next week, most likely. But as far as tomorrow goes, I'm probably gonna be hopping on some more Monster Hunter. If you guys like Monster Hunter, if you guys have it on, I'm playing. So we got Generations Ultimate on the Switch, we got Rise on PC, and we got World on PlayStation. So if any of those options appeal to you, if you're a hunter who wants to come hang out, I do open lobbies where people can come in and hunt with me. So probably some of that tomorrow, most likely World, because I've been really feeling World lately. So I'll probably do some more of that, and that'll be tomorrow's stream at probably around noon my time, PTSD, PST, noon PST.
Classic Californian PTSD.
I'm gonna get out of here eventually. I don't know how much longer I can stick around Cali, but
Come to Florida.
we'll see. I don't know about more.
It's
Florida's kind of
great here.
Florida's kind of muggy.
Helmsman's moving down here as well.
Well, I'm still looking at South.
Dev to move down here.
I'm still looking at South Carolina, but we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. So yeah, that's essentially what I get up to. You guys like Monster
Hunter?
Hunter?
We need
Come
a
hang out.
tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
do we? What's up?
No. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. Between what and what?
I was gonna say that we need a tiebreaker, but we just got our tiebreaker. So the answer,
okay.
yeah, it was stuck between Disney Sarlacc Pit and Classic Lesbian Relationship.
Which one?
Classic Lesbian Relationship wins.
Ah, well there you go, Arch.
Yay.
Just... I don't. You're just a very
very casual as yay. Just great.
He's a very even-tempered person.
That is
Arch.
the title for the Arch episodes, Classic Lesbian Relationship. Oh.
No, I just noticed, like, at this point, kind of like the whole session so far. I just noticed, like Arch is just a very even-tempered kind of guy, you know, which I can respect.
Yeah.
I can dig that.
I've never known Arch to be the yelling type.
Very rarely.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But in any case, chat.
See if Dev can get it out of him for the next Archcast.
That is the end of this session. If I don't do outros. I just say goodbye and go fuck yourselves.
I'm sorry, I read his last comment. Nothing hits harder than classic lesbian relationships. Holy shit. That's great. But yeah, stay in touch, Arch. Let me know if you ever need like a token black guy for anything.
Yeah, once I use up my token Mexican.
Fair enough.
All right. So
we'll get you that BlackRock funding, yeah.
with that chat, we will catch you guys literally later tonight, over on my channel and Jazz's channel. I think we have them linked. You'd think I would, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do. I was just telling chat that they're gonna literally see us later tonight.
Oh yeah, but you said you said you think you have what though?
I think I have our channels linked. I'm not certain. No, I have Arch's channel linked.
There goes half of Arch's face. Oh no.
But in any case, yeah, we'll see you guys later tonight. Those of you that are going straight to bed, though, hope you guys have a lovely, lovely sleep. For those of you that are across the pond, I hope you have a lovely morning 2 hours from now. And for the rest of you, I don't know, die or something. But those of you going to bed, don't forget to go fuck yourselves. It's healthy. And that's all I know how to tell you. Goodbye. Jazz is in control here.
Later.